Going to get started with the town council meeting. So it is my great pleasure to call to order the Tiburon Town Council meeting of May 21st, 2025. If you could please take the roll, Lee.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Nickfar.
Present.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Vice Mayor Wellner.
Here.
And Mayor Thier.
Here. So we are going to start our meeting with public comment. And yes, come on.
Right, for items not on the agenda.
Yes, for items not on the agenda.
Sorry.
It's okay. He can, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Thier and the Tiburon Town Council. My name is John Ma. I'm a trauma surgeon at Marin Health Medical Center. I'm here on behalf of the American College of Surgeons and the San Francisco Marin Medical Society. I really wanted to thank you for your leadership. You were the first municipality in Marin County to undertake this ordinance to promote e-bike safety across Marin County. I think it's an excellent example of good governance, and so many cities in Marin have followed your lead. You know, the feedback has been very strong that this hopefully someday will be a statewide bill and will protect both youth and adult riders across the state of California. So I just wanted to express the deepest appreciation of the physician community for your wonderful leadership. There's a public outward-facing safety campaign directed primarily at youth that will be launching very shortly, hopefully to be featured in theaters across Marin County. And it's just a testament to the work that you do. So thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy.
Yes, and I want to thank you, Dr. Ma, and I want to thank the San Francisco Marin Medical Society for your advocacy. This e-bike legislation will save lives, and it's due to you and all the physicians doing this. So thank you. Okay, going to any other items not on the agenda. Anyone would like to speak? Okay.
Mayor, I do have somebody online when you're ready.
Okay, I was going to, yeah, we'll get to them in 1 minute. I was actually going to make a public comment at the top of the meeting as well. So we are going to have a forum with Caltrans to talk about the Caltrans SR 131 Capital Preventative Maintenance Program. Myself and Councilmember Isaac Nickfar are leading the forum to invite Caltrans to come and talk to our residents and stakeholders about all of the safety and other concerns that we are seeing. I have spoken directly to Caltrans. They will be there at the meeting along with our public works staff, and we will have a conversation about letting our residents have a forum to express these concerns directly to Caltrans, and also to have Caltrans come back with their solutions for us. So I think that's something we are all excited about. Just so everyone knows, this was on our town council agenda, and it is being continued to June 4th, and Caltrans will be coming at 5 o'clock before the town council meeting, and will be with us for about an hour, hour and a half right here. So please come back. And I think that the item will also be on the town council agenda for action after that meeting. So we're very excited, and we're very excited to hear from you all. So let's go to the online.
Yeah, can I just add, thank you for organizing that with Caltrans. I think this is, a lot of people have reached out. I think it's probably overdue. We've seen responses from a lot of people representing Tiburon, Belvedere, as well as Assembly Member Connolly coming out against some of the plans here. I think it's incredibly important for the residents of Tiburon to actually be heard. We've all been coming to these Caltrans sort of public events for the last year and a half, and saying what we need out of this and what we don't need. but those unfortunately haven't made the, near final drafts. And so I think this is a great opportunity, again, for Tiburon residents to come out on June 4th and to actually be heard, and then for the town to respond formally following that meeting in written form.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening. This is public comment, so we can't talk to each other, but we can go to the
I would
online.
like to make a comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah,
Fenner.
I
This
just
is-
want to thank our council members for finally getting closure on having Caltrans come and support. I mean, this has been in the works ever, a couple of months. We started talking about it before they even came out with this plan that came out in February, the 95% plan. And I really must sort of correct a perception that the council has not been doing anything. We are kind of constrained in talking to each other outside of the meetings, and yet each separately has been doing something. We have been at Transportation Authority of Marin meetings. We've been at Safe Route to School meetings. And Holly and Isaac brought it to a head. And at this point, it's really important for the public to give input to Caltrans. I know we're your representatives, but you'll be surprised how much power you give us by being involved in writing these letters.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership as well. Okay, we're not supposed to talk to each other. Sorry, Ben. Okay, so let's go to the rest of public comment.
I will recognize Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Taylor. It's funny, I was actually raising my hand to discuss and ask questions about the traffic in Tiburon. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about the bike lanes, which, is obviously topical and something that a lot of people want to discuss. But I was wondering what the update is with regards to the traffic study that was commissioned. And I'm just continuously curious, like what impact it's going to have. I know that it was quite an expensive budget item. And so I'm curious how that's going to actually be put into the process. And then second to that, as we have the traffic study under contract, I was wondering if we should use this time in order to do a town fire drill. Mill Valley recently did a fire drill. And I think that there could be a lot of learnings that could be taken away from how traffic flows out of Tiburon in an emergency type situation. So I'm wondering if that could be scoped in and actually something that could be productive to talk with Caltrans about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have other public comment? And I will ask, another thing is that we can't answer people who give public comment, but I will ask staff to please answer the gentleman's question offline with respect to the traffic study and the deadlines and timelines for reports out. Do we have more public comment online for items not on the agenda?
Seeing none.
Okay, do we have anyone in the room that would like to talk about anything not on the agenda? No? Okay, then we will now go to the consent calendar. Is there any public comment about any items on the consent calendar? Okay, so,
I would like to move that we approve the consent calendar.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion or can we go to a vote? Vote. Okay, Lee, please call the roll. The vote.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickbar,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilner,
Yes.
and Mayor Thier.
Yes. Okay, now we are moving to our climate action plan. I am going to take public comment first. I'll take public comment after. We're going to have a presentation. I believe Grace, our sustainability coordinator, is doing the presentation. After that, we will have public comment. And I want to say this is a very exciting moment. I know many people here tonight have helped work on this, and we're very excited. So thank you, Grace.
I'll wait a minute while this gets set up, but yeah, thank you for all who are here for this item tonight. And as Mayor Thier said, I am Grace Ledwith. I am the town's climate action or sustainability coordinator, whichever one you prefer. I am also shared with the city of Mill Valley, so this is a really interesting role. I'm split between both jurisdictions and implement both of their climate action plans. So this is a update on the climate action plan. It'll be a hopefully brief presentation. I'm going to start talking about its background, its purpose, how it's structured, and then talk about the plan itself, how we're implementing it, what's coming up, what we've accomplished, and I will take questions and comments at the end, unless, of course, anyone needs any clarification on any of the items. Okey-doke. Okay, great. So the cap was adopted in 2022, so it's been a few years, and it's scheduled out to 2030, and the goal for the town is to reduce emissions 50% below 1990 levels. 1990 it was chosen because that's a pretty common baseline for emission reduction efforts, and that is what the state uses. It allows us to be aligned regionally and statewide. So it seems a little odd, but there is a method to the madness. Similar format to other jurisdictions. If you were to look up, City of Mill Valley, City of San Rafael, etc., climate action plans, you will see they look very similar to ours, and that is done intentionally. Allows for us to have collaboration and comparisons on programs. All of the cities and towns within Marin County, we have very open conversations about our climate action plans very often. And that beginning of the climate action plans is a really helpful graphic of what you can do. So for residents and community members interested in taking climate action efforts in their life, that is a good starting place. Cap structure, pretty self-explanatory. There's an intro. We have our numbers, so our greenhouse gas, GHG, inventory, and our targets, strategies and programs, and the implementation and monitoring. So those are our appendices that go into detail about all the strategies and measures. I click this a little hard. There we go. So the cap is broken down into 7 sectors. And within these 7 sectors or categories, there are 29 local measures with 157 potential projects for the town or other agencies to take on within, our climate action plan timeline between now and 2030. These are all projects that we look at, analyze, and prioritize. They are written in our implementation record in the appendices. And these strategies are and I'm looking at the 4 boxes on the corners. I know that the text is covering that bottom right one, but I'll read that one out loud. And all these measures work in tandem with state legislation and other programs and goals. So the state actually has their own climate action plan and their own goal, which is less impressive than ours, I'll say. It's 40% below 1990 emission levels. And all of these measures include a variety of regulatory, incentive-based, and market-based strategies, which is a big, lengthy sentence to say there's a lot of different strategies that cover a lot of different things. One thing that is, and this is what's covered by the text in that bottom there, one thing that is not in our climate action plan is consumption-based emissions. So these are emissions from goods and services that are purchased or used by members of our community. And this is important because this does make up a big portion of our community emissions. In 2015, the Bay Area, they changed their name recently. I'm just going to call them the Bay Area Air Quality District. They did a study and they found that consumption-based emissions are 35% higher than production-based emissions, which essentially means people in the Bay Area are consuming more products and services that are not based locally. So the emissions from our production in the Bay Area is lower than our emissions from our consumption. So we're consuming more than we're producing, which is pretty significant. So looking at the 7 sectors, low carbon transportation essentially means micromobility, walking, biking, EVs, renewable energy and electrification and energy efficiency. Those ones are kind of easy to mix up. Renewable energy is more about the source, so changing the source of energy. That's when we think about renewable energy, solar panels, wind. Energy efficiency is making tasks less energy intensive, so changing the energy load. And then waste reduction, your 3 bins on your curb. Water conservation, sprinklers, sequestration is a big fun word. Essentially means where carbon is stored, storing carbon. And then community engagement. That's where we try to cover that consumption-based emissions. All of the other 1 through 6 sectors have data of greenhouse gas emissions tied to them. Community engagement doesn't. It's really, really hard to track emissions reductions from behavior change. So I will leave it in your hands to do what you need to do to reduce your own personal emissions. Resilient Neighborhoods is a great resource. Let's go to the next slide. Oh my goodness, it really doesn't like me. There we go. All right, emissions by sector. Looking at this graph, I know it's a little maybe hard to read the text on the outside, but transportation and the built environment, which is buildings, and natural gas, make up the 2 biggest sources of our community-based emissions. 53% for transportation, over half. And then built environment is 38%. I will note that this data is a little dated. This is from 2022. Unfortunately, the way we get our data is through the Marin and Climate Energy Partnership. We have been having some difficulties working with PG&E and getting some of our energy and other data to get these community emission reports updated, but hope to have both 2023 and 2024 data very soon.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
on
you
this
can.
slide? Is this Tiburon specific?
This is Tiburon specific. That's a great question.
And then how do they segregate the data?
That is a very complicated answer to that question.
Can take that one offline.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
happy to
think so.
follow up
Yeah.
if anyone's interested. But to keep it concise, greenhouse gas data collection and synthesizing is really complicated. And there's a lot of averages taken throughout the county. So not only do we have our countywide emissions, but we also have Tiburon specific emissions that are measured. And so looking at this, it's kind of obvious that addressing emissions from our buildings and from transportation are really important to reaching our 50% goal. And that's what we'll talk about next.
I have a quick question
Yes.
with this slide. So when signing up for PG&E,
Mhm.
if you self-select like Marin Clean Energy or or a program like that, how does that impact this slide here? And do you have any sort of Tiburon versus non-Tiburon? Like, are people in Tiburon self-selecting cleaner and greener sources of energy?
Yes, that's a great question. And actually, I'm going to move to the next slide just so we can talk about this a little bit more. Same idea. But yes, so when you pick Marin Clean Energy, which is our CCA, that will make that number go down because the way they get their energy sourced is through their renewable energy sources. So their Deep Green program is 100% renewable energy. So the emissions from natural gas will be non-existent, right? Well, not non-existent. But energy efficiency will definitely improve. And then if you couple that with, replacing appliances with electric versions, then your building or your home, business, what have you, is on the right track in terms of reducing energy related emissions. But Marin Clean Energy, for those who are not subscribed to it, highly recommend looking into. They are a great organization with lots of also additional resources. So if you're looking at replacing your heat pump, your water heater with a heat pump water heater, they have information and rebates for that as well.
And I'm actually on the board. I'm the representative from Tiburon Town Council. So if you have questions on that, I can also help.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, Councilmember Fredericks.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page. The report you're giving has to do with the people in the town's activities. It is not restricted to the activities of the town of Tiburon as an entity.
Thank you for asking that question because I did want to talk about that. Yes, this is reflective of the community of Tiburon. Every so often, and I'm actually working on this report now, the town does go through its own municipal focused greenhouse gas emissions report. That hasn't been done very often. Ideally, these community emission reports are released every year. Again, we've been having some issues with getting data from PG&E, which is why we're looking at 2022 data instead of some 2024, which would be the most recent. But yes, this is all community related. The town is part of that community, so there is town data integrated into this report, but there is town specific operational emission data that I am working on getting a report on. Okay. Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking that question. So looking at this graph, again, I know it's a little hard to read. On the left axis, you're going to see emissions or, carbon. And then on the bottom axis, you're going to see dates. And looking at 2022, that far right bar, you see that we're pretty low. And that 2030 state goal is in red. So that is going to be the 40% below 1990 levels. And then the gray dotted line below that is going to be our local goal of 40% below 1990 levels. Right now, we are at 22% below 1990 emission levels. So our emissions are generally trending downward, as you can see from the graph, and mostly because of cleaner energy. So marine clean energy plays a really big role in that. Same with PG&E, they're getting a lot of their energy from more renewable sources, and energy efficiency is just, that's how the market's trending. Energy is getting more efficient. And waste diversion has actually been a big part of this as well, on top of, transportation efforts. But electricity and energy efficiency, I feel, is what's carrying a lot of this. And so now we really need to push hard for those local transportation and building efforts. I'm going to move to the next slide. Okay, this is a lot of text, so I'm going to try and keep it as high level. So I just want to go through what's been accomplished since it has been a couple years since we have formally adopted this climate action plan, and work on the climate action measures and strategies has been going on before the formal adoption of the climate action plan. The town has been taking efforts for a very long time, but now it's formalized through this process. So low carbon transportation, again, we're talking about micromobility, electric vehicles, that sort of thing. We have adopted the countywide electric vehicle acceleration strategy and working on implementing it with collaboration. That is really big. And we're also really focusing on electric vehicles. Ideally, we get people out of a single occupancy vehicle, but electric vehicles have been very popular. We have a huge EV adoption rate in Marin County. I think it's second highest in California out of all the counties. I think second only to Santa Clara County. And over 10% of the vehicles registered in Tiburon are electric. So huge electric vehicle push. So we're working on charging infrastructure. We actually just worked with the Transportation Authority of Marin, TAM, on a request for information, RFI, for charging vendors to see if they have any ideas or strategies for a regional plan for charging. So instead of the town owning and operating chargers independently, if there's a regional structure we can follow, similar to how we manage our streetlights. We received award for, this is town facing, through MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, to transition our fleet and make a fleet transition plan to be electric. We also are compliant with the CARB regulations for electric vehicles, so we've been really pushing hard on the municipal side for electric. Green building, similar to the EV acceleration strategy, we adopted the countywide electrification roadmap. This was a really big, intensive effort. Both of those documents were produced in response to a Marin Civil Grand Jury report with recommendations to make regional strategies, and that was adopted fairly recently. And we also have in the past adopted green building reach codes. There is a 2025 update currently underway. So we, as in the town side, are going to start working on that very soon. And that update, a lot of the update coming from the state, has a lot of measures focused on green building, specifically talking about appliances and remodels. And that will move the needle fairly significantly. We've been promoting the Marine Green Home Tour. If you have not ever heard of that, I highly recommend you look it up. All the videos are online. It is a virtual tour of local homes that are made advancements to be green. Energy efficiency. On the town side, pretty recently, we got a Beacon Award from the Institute of Local Government for agency energy savings, which was very impressive. And all of our municipal facilities, including the one that we are in, use Marin Clean Energy Deep Green Renewable Energy. So that's the 100% renewable energy. And this was been accomplished a while ago, but our streetlights have been transitioned to LED. And Town Hall was the first government building in Marin to install solar panels. And our police station has solar panels as well. Waste reduction, we have our food ordinance that began in November 2023. So all of our local businesses are implementing that. And we are also work very closely with Zero Waste Marin. Thank you. And they have a lot of community projects that we collaborate with them on. We pay into their programs, and we do a lot of time and resources in fleshing out what our community needs in terms of waste reduction, what educational efforts are important. We, on the town side, implementing SB 1383, which is a waste reduction law that CalRecycle is spearheading. And one thing that I think is very fun that we've been doing a lot of is we have additional painted bins. So if you're ever walking around downtown or in the back of Town Hall at Zelinsky Park, you might see these waste bins with children's art on the side with educational information about composting, recycling. That's done through a nonprofit, Painted Bins, and we work with local schools to make the art, and so it's scored and graded, and anyway, very cute program. Engagement, I have open hours, so if anyone has any follow-up questions or thoughts or comments that you can't express during the meeting today, because I know we have a lot to cover, come talk to me. I'm pretty available. I have these open hours virtually every Tuesday morning. And if you can't make them, let me know. We can find another time to chat. And we use our outreach channels to promote other various incentive rebates, events, programs. We host virtual person events, and partnering with our local communities. We had a really great Earth Day event recently with really great community show out, lots of local organizations and community members, which was really exciting. All right. What's ahead? Hopefully we talk about that. Thank you. All right, low carbon transportation. We have to implement the acceleration strategy that we adopted. We are continuing to work with TAM, especially looking at micromobility and electric charging, and promoting programs. And we're also looking at funding, right? When we're looking at infrastructure for the community, funding is what we need. So it's something I'm always looking for, especially if there's any collaboration we can do with other agencies. Green building. We have to implement the electrification roadmap with our other agencies and stakeholders. And we're going to continue to follow what the California's Green Building Standards Code and any code updates that relate to green building. We're also engaged in a regional committee talking about, what are the possible REACH codes for this 2025 update. So REACH codes essentially are additional requirements on top of the state mandate. It's focused on energy efficiency specifically and other green measures. And energy efficiency, continuing to streamline outreach, promoting energy audits. Something that I encourage you all to look into is getting an energy audit from your home or business. They are free. And researching requirements. So something that we're talking about is a possible pilot for 2027 is a time of sale energy audit for residential or commercial properties. So before the property is put up for sale, an energy assessment would be done, and that would be included in the sale documents. Waste reduction, we're continuing to work with the Environmental Health and Safety Office, who's enforcing the reusable food ordinance, which we adopted. And we have very high compliance numbers from that as well. And also on SB 1383 compliance. We're also thinking about possible reusable pilots. I'm not sure if any of you saw what Petaluma has done recently. They had a Purple Cup program, which went pretty well. We're looking at similar projects within the county. And San Rafael's Farmers Market also had a pilot program. I think that ended recently. Engagement, continuing to provide opportunities for public events. So e-waste drop-offs, we had one at the library earlier this year. repair fairs, Zero Waste Marin's hosting those. And a Marin Climate and Energy Partnership, which I am the chair of, we have started an outreach and engagement subcommittee to talk about regional outreach efforts and coordination so that way we are maximizing our impact. All right, I know I just went through a lot and I don't want to bore everyone, but any follow-up questions on these slides?
Okay, are you done?
I have one more, couple.
Why don't you finish? Why don't you
Finish
finish
up.
and then we'll
Okay,
ask questions.
great.
Thank you.
All right, so this is something pretty high level, just talking about regional collaboration, because I know I've talked about that a lot. So the MCP, Marin Climate Energy Partnership, again, that's how we measure our emissions. And it's measured similar countywide, and we have our outreach plan that we've been really working on. So we have consistent messaging. We have a calendar now that is a event calendar focused on city-sponsored or agency-sponsored events related to sustainability or climate efforts, which is pretty new. We released that last month. And then, of course, ongoing agency coordination related to all the sectors of the climate action plan. Things we talk about a lot are compliance with existing and new state regulations. The not fun side of the CAP is there's a lot of state regulations that we have to be in compliance with related to waste and electric vehicles and so on and so forth. So we talk about what that looks like. Model ordinances and reach codes. So are there ordinances that exist already in the Bay Area, in this county, in the state of California that are working well that we can, copy, model after? And same with reach codes. Are there reach codes? Are there energy standards that are in the state that are working really well for other jurisdictions that we can duplicate? TAM has officially adopted their 2050 transportation strategy, so we're working with them on implementation of measures that are outside of their role. So what can local governments do to support TAM in their efforts? And expanded opportunities. How do we support our community members and residents? How do we help behavior change happen? So a lot of that is in grants and incentive-based programs. We also talk about streamlining regulations and approaches. How do we keep things streamlined and simple? Overcomplication, obviously, a lot of the times will make these things go a lot slower than they need to go. Alternative transportation and decarbonization of buildings. We talked about that a bit today too. Those are the two big sectors that we need to address. So what are programs and policies that we can implement to help those emissions go down? Compliance and enforcement with our local laws and state laws. So some things I threw out there today were like our reusable foodware ordinance. So making sure that our businesses have the resources they need to be in compliance with the reusable foodware ordinances that we have in place. Education, and then balancing cost effectiveness and equity considerations with emissions reductions. Sustainability and climate are at the top of our mind, but we have to balance those with our economies of scale and equity implications. So making sure that we are instituting our programs in an equitable and cost-effective way. All right, I'm almost done. All right, and community partnerships, also a big part. So resilient neighborhoods, I mentioned this really early on. We have 38 households in Tiburon have participated, which is equivalent to 32 cars off the road, which is really significant. So to those of you who've done it, thank you. For those who you haven't done it yet, look into it. Their classes starting in June. These are free climate workshops for all Marin residents. When I did the program, I actually wasn't a resident of Marin, and they still were super lovely and helpful and found local resources for me. And they are just a wonderful team to work with. You actually make your own personal climate action plan, which is really fun. Painted bins, those are those bins outside. I encourage you to take a look at them if you haven't had a chance. We have 3 new ones this year in Zielinski Park, Town Hall in front. We're kind of in front of the library as well, and at McKegney Field. And they include 23 educational posters created by the local youth at our schools. And then Zero Waste Marin, they have a lot of pilots that they've been leading recently. They have a free food recycler program. They have repair fairs they're leading, and then helping community members with SB 1383 compliance, which essentially for residents is making sure you have a compost bin that you are using and putting things in appropriately. And then community empowerment. We have a lot of our local advocates have been working hard on climate action efforts in their community, sharing resources, and making things happen. Okay. And last thing I'm going to just throw out there is this is not related to the climate action plan, but this is climate adaptation and sea level rise. We found out last week that the town was recommended for an award for phase 1 funding from the Ocean Protection Council Sea Level Rise Adaptation Planning Grant to conduct a vulnerability assessment and create an adaptation plan in compliance with SB 272. So this would mean that if the town was to get funding, which we will, the full proposal will be presented in July 10 OPC meeting, it is very likely that we will get the funding. That would allow us to create a vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan for our shorelines in Tiburon, which is really great. This is very new for the Bay Area and Marin. We are kind of leading the way in this, so it's really exciting. And so once funded, this project would begin in October and take 2 years. So we will come back to council with more updates on that. And that's the end. I appreciate you sitting and hearing me talk for so long. I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any comments.
I have a question
So-
about the last slide.
Yeah.
Were
Okay.
any other towns on the Tiburon Peninsula recommended for a grant?
No. But to be fair,
Ron Peninsula? Yeah.
What?
Oh. okay,
Belvedere.
fine.
To be fair, they did not submit a proposal. So we did submit a proposal for this
Okay.
award.
Okay, so I want to thank you so much for that report and for all of your work. This is actually amazing. This is why for many years we talked about having a sustainability person that would focus on this and help us implement our climate action plan. So I'm super excited. I think we'll start with taking questions from the council and then we can all make comments or statements and we will do public comment. Let me just ask, I know that there are some very young people here to comment. I think they're commenting on the Parks Master Plan. Is there any public comment by people under 18 right now? Because I will take that first if it's for the climate action plan. We're not on the parks yet. I would skip if I could, but I can't. Okay, so let's go back to
Questions?
questions. Yes, questions for Grace.
So first of all, I want to thank you for all this work. It's great. One of our big concerns the last time through when we worked hard and adopted the climate action plan was making sure that there was sustained focus on getting it done. And our staff do a wonderful job. But in consulting with them, they too thought it would be useful to have a dedicated person. So it's fantastic. And we really appreciate it. And we're glad that we're able to share you with Mill Valley as we do. I believe that's the current structure. Yeah. So that's great. My question is a kind of a very simple one. Can you go back to the chart with the trend?
Yes, Lee can. Thank you. Is it this one or the next? That one. Okay.
Okay. So I know it's hard to predict the future, but I'm going to ask you, do you think we're on track to meet our goal? And if so, what do we need to keep our eye on to make sure that happens? And if not, with a little more urgency, what do we need to focus on to make sure that happens?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do believe we're on track to meet our goal. Some of you might have seen that Marin Civil Grand Jury report that came out pretty recently. They came to the conclusion that Marin County as a whole is actually not on track to meet that goal. And I understand why that was, the consensus of the report. However, I do think some of the data they used was actually inaccurate. So the way they had the figures modeled didn't accurately show how emissions are being measured or tracked. Emissions are going to be declining, but with these measures, we can expect it's not going to be just a simple downward trend. It'll kind of go, as we can see, it's kind of going down. There's a definite straight down, and then it's kind of plateauing a little bit. So we see some variation between years. Sometimes it went up a little bit, sometimes it goes down a little bit. It will continue to decline on average, but it's going to be kind of a hard push to get that final
Right, because I think we have
50%.
from there, well, we have less in reality. From there, we have
Right.
8 years to get down to the line.
Right.
Now we have 5, right? So
Right. So hopefully the new data will actually show a little bit of a decline as well. But yeah, we only have so many years left till 2030. But we are on track. But in terms of what we need to do to meet that goal,
like, what are the big levers? Like,
yeah, it's really getting folks out of their single occupancy gas powered vehicles. It's really that's a huge one. How do we incentivize folks to take alternative transportation, commute alternatively, or carpool? How do we have our businesses share those resources with their employees? So that's what we have to think about really. So especially working with our transportation authority who has so much data about these projects. And what does that mean for Tiburon on the local level? What's our transportation look like? I know that's an ongoing discussion, and luckily I got David here to help out with a lot of that. um, but yeah, how do we get folks to get out of their cars? And then the other one is how do we get folks to transition appliances in their home? How do we get people to, when they are doing home remodels, think about electric options? And I know that's such a hard conversation because reliance on gas-powered appliances and tools is huge. And we want people to feel like they have reliability in their appliances if something were to happen. So that includes, working with PG&E, with Marine Clean Energy, other local contractors, making sure that they're educated about the benefits of switching to appliances, how much money can be saved, the health benefits. But those are really those are the levers. And those are pretty big levers.
Good.
But yeah.
thank you.
Councilmember Fredericks, please go ahead.
Jumping into, but we have a lot of pressure now to build bigger buildings to address affordability of homes and just access of residents. And a current bill that is before our state legislature under certain circumstances will limit the ability of towns and cities to amend their building codes, including limiting updating of green building and beach
Wow.
codes.
Yes.
If something like that happens as we're building, does anybody have a sense whether it is a big enough impact on Tiburon to affect our reaching our goal?
And that's a great question and something that we are discussing. So the bill that Councilmember Fredericks is referencing is AB 306. It was introduced pretty recently and kind of got expedited. And there is actually recently it got amended. So originally it would be impacting 3 different code cycles up till 2028. So it's going to be amended. So it will not be impacting the 2028 code. And it shouldn't impact too much of the 2025 code. But what our kind of position is at the moment is the California's minimum requirements are pretty high coming down this year for the towns and cities to adopt. And ideally, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have reach codes. We would all be doing enough to make these things happen. And so luckily the state is taking a lot of great efforts to advance climate energy policy with buildings, especially when we're talking about multifamily, because that is something that a lot of jurisdictions are also working on a lot. Thank you. I know, I know it's a little, me talking, blah, 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 lights off. But yeah, it's a great question, and it's unfortunate that, this bill is kind of impacting everything the way it is. It was written with good intention. It's written to address, the fires, and it actually is written to promote development and housing. So the housing thing we don't have to worry about. It's more the other side of the sustainability. But if it doesn't impact this code cycle, I actually think we'll be okay. Right now, we don't have any proposed reach codes for the 2025 update. The codes are really high. And especially in light of the Berkeley Ninth Circuit decision where we can't enforce all electric, what the state is going to be passing down to us in the next month or two is probably as good as it gets other than enforcing all electric. So I'm not super worried about AB 306, but it is definitely something we need to think about.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have more questions? Okay, I have a comment on this slide.
Yeah.
So I always see the glass as half full or even more than that. And I think this is a great slide because what I see is this big downward trend. And we've gone 22% below 1990 emission levels. Since that time, we've taken a lot of action, which you've shown on the next slide. And what I think is your slides show that 53% of emissions are from transportation, 38% are from the as-built environment. We recently, what was it, a couple months ago, passed our building electrification plan, which will further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I think if we are able to move some of our drivers out of the single occupancy vehicles and maybe hopefully someday onto my idea of the Tiburon trolley, all electric open air trolley, so you don't have to drive your car from your house to the private clubs or the school, or even your kids can get on the trolley. That will also help to reduce those emissions someday. That's not an approved plan yet, but I'm hoping it will be. I really think that, our community has worked really hard, and I look forward to working with the community even harder to keep moving that big line down. I think it's great. So thank you for your work. And I have to thank our Tiburon Climate Action, Santa Thomas and Pat, and all of the members that might be here. And I think we're going to take public comment at this moment on the Climate Action Plan. Thank you. Please come and introduce yourself and yes.
Hi, my name's Liz Judge. I'm on the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission, and I wasn't planning to give comment. But having heard this presentation, it can be really, and I hesitate to even say this, but I think this needs to be said, especially for the kid. I know kids are waiting to speak on the Parks and Recreation Plan, but this is for the kids too. A lot of people in this community care about climate change. We take for granted why. And then we talk about solutions and the problems, and it sounds like word salad. And it's dreadfully boring. Emissions, decarbonization, reduction, looking at charts. Why? Why are we doing this? Why does it matter? Even the solutions sound boring. Lights, street post lights, and bins, colored bins. This matters because right now we are on a trajectory for a 3.1 global average temperature rise. Today, we have an extreme weather event that happens every 12 days. In the 80s, in this country, every 12 days. In the 80s, that was every 82 days. Costs of dealing with these extreme weather events are projected to rise to 5 to 10% of the global GDP by the end of this century. And those kids who are out there in the hallway in their lifetimes, if we don't do these boring word salad things, and honestly, it's on us who care about this to translate this into meaningful language that actually matters to people and that people can understand. If we don't do this, we will have 41 times the marine heat waves that we have right now. Our oceans will be 30% more acidic, and that means that 99% of the world's coral reefs will be lost. Well, a fourth of the world's population would be enduring extreme drought that lasts more than a month. And 30 to 50% of the planet's species will face extinction. This stuff matters, and I think it's really important to talk about why. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, please come on up.
Can I just speak from here?
We would prefer you come here because we're recording this so that the public can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Bill Lindquist. Considering the traffic density on Tiburon Boulevard today is probably 2, if not 3 times what it was in 1990, and 90% of those vehicles are burning gasoline or diesel. And when it comes to trucks, it's 100% diesel. I'm very dubious about the 22% that is shown on that graph. So my question is that a measured number? And if so, how? Is it an informed guess or is it wishful thinking?
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment on the climate action plan?
Hey, dude, what's up?
Okay, Chuck.
Hi, my name is Chuck Hornbrook. I live here in Tiburon. I'm a member of the Tiburon Climate Action Committee. I'm also a member of the local task force for Zero Waste Marin, another gadfly involved in other things. I also have 9 kilowatts of solar on my roof. I drive an electric car and a plug-in electric hybrid. It's impressive that a town our size is able to fund Grace's role. I continue to make sure that that's in the budget going forward. A lot of other towns don't have that. Maybe a town nearby here, maybe across that way. So I think that's really important. Grace mentioned a number of different levers that we have, and it is on the building stock side that we as a town can really pull that. And actually, one of the things is on fees. And in 2023, Isaac wasn't on the council yet, but I sent a letter hoping to reduce solar fees. Nobody responded to me. I'll follow up with that letter to you all, so maybe we can address that to make it easier for folks to install solar here in our town. Also, I believe that the town manager is working with the library agency next door. As you all see, it's got a great southwest facing roof that's empty of solar. Southwest is the ideal location for solar, and it would be great if we can work with them to ensure that that happens. And finally, Grace mentioned the resilient neighborhoods. I actually went through that program. I think it's great, and I'm actually a professional in the energy business, and I learn new things. I think it would be great as maybe a team building exercise for the town staff to, and you can do it remotely too, to go through the resilient neighborhood program together. A lot of other towns have done that. Not only do they help them reduce their climate, their GHGs at their home and put together a climate plan, but it makes them more educated as they work with other people within the town to help them educate. Because at the end of the day, it's awareness that Liz was talking about, and we all need to be aware of this situation because it's going to happen at the local level and the state level, because we all know it's not happening at the federal level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment on the climate action plan? Okay, come on up.
Hello, thank you. My name is Chelsea and I'm a Tiburon resident. I'm also a physician and I'm a member of the Climate Action Committee. And I also organize with other healthcare providers in California around legislation to support health by mitigating climate change and air pollution throughout California state. So we're working right now on SB 282, the Heat Pump Access Act. But I would love to see Tiburon leading by example for the rest of the state with our climate actions. So as we all have talked about, transportation is the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Tiburon. I love the yellow bus program to get cars off the road and thereby potentially reduce emissions. So 2 of my kids are currently riding the bus from Bel Air to Reed School. And I attended the Yellow Bus program 2 years ago to request, and I would like to request again that the next lease that we sign with a bus company be for an electric bus, electric school bus. There are grants and subsidies available that can make it cost competitive with diesel options. This would move us toward our climate goals and also reduce air pollution exposure for our kids and frankly improve the health of the entire town. And that would have benefits for all of our town people's cardiovascular health, lung health, mental health. And then I also want to add, based on the discussions about home electrification, in terms of the health benefits of home electrification, there are lots of new studies showing that gas stoves increase the rates of asthma, emergency room visits for kids, as well as a new one showing increase in cancer. In addition, there's newer data showing, air pollution exposure during pregnancy and in the first year of life increases the rates of autism diagnoses in vulnerable individuals. And air pollution is responsible for 1/5 of all premature deaths worldwide. So we're really learning more and more about the impacts of these carbon pollution and fossil fuel byproducts on our brains and our bodies. And I don't think people are realizing this when they make choices to remodel their kitchen, for example, or replace their furnace. So Rewiring America is a great resource that has a lot of stuff about this. So I think maybe we could work together to have a public education campaign to just, if we can't mandate all electric, we can try to convince people to make the right choice for the health of their children, and also educating contractors locally so they feel confident to install products that they're not as familiar with. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Yes, Sana.
No, go ahead. Oh, wait, you're closest. I apologize.
Okay, please.
Hi, Peter Brooks.
Nice.
I'm listening to this and it's all great stuff. One of my things that drives me crazy is all this traffic coming into Tiburon with two guys going to each house in each town to take care of gardens. I don't know how to do this, but to incentivize neighbors to get together to say, let's hire company A to do all 5 houses on this block instead of having 5 different trucks come in to do all 5 houses, is something that's deals with the consumption part of this issue, the traffic part of it. And I'm not smart enough to tell you how to do it, but I just wanted to put the seed out that it's something that can be practically done with some type of incentive to make it neighborhood groups saying, hey, let's use company A, you use company B, and just consolidate the amount of traffic and people coming in. Thank you.
Okay, Sana.
So, my name is Anna Thomas, and I'm here representing the Tiburon Climate Action Plan, Tiburon Climate Action Committee, along with some of my other members that you've heard from. And I had a whole bunch of comments I wanted to make, but first I want to thank Grace. She's been a pleasure to work with, and she's a good collaborator and stays on top of things. And your report was great and
Santa,
very
can you
welcome.
get closer to the mic?
Oh,
please?
sorry. I'm hoping it will become an annual report as it was supposed to be. And I hope also that we will have better data. The 2022 data is basically a baseline because that's when the cap was passed. And in the past, I believe that the Marin Climate and Energy Partnership used to do annual greenhouse gas inventory reports, and we need that. So we don't get too complacent, because I did read the Marin County Civil Grand Jury report, and I was really upset when I read it because it said basically we're not on track. And Grace, you alluded to a faulty data, so I'd love to know more about that. But it basically says that residents aren't changing their behavior, and they need to do that. And so. We need to be really working at even greater speed and scale, because there are a lot of forces against us. The AB 306, there are all kinds of community climate organizations that are opposed to it. It's already passed the House, and it's going to be taken up by the Senate. And we recommend that you all reach out to Senator Mark McGuire and get an amendment, at least an amendment to it, to allow municipalities and jurisdictions to pass cost-effective green building codes, because it's going to really slow us down through 2031, I think it is. So, but I also wanted to say a couple of things about Chuck was talking about, mentioned solar panels on the library. At least 2 communities here that I know of, Fairfax and now Larkspur, are building resilience hubs that involve their library, or for you all, it could be the town hall, the fire station, and the library. It would be a perfect place for a resilience hub. And there's experience there. I also wanted to mention that we need more EV charging stations. I think it's going to be hard to get people out of their cars and onto bicycles or on foot. But to the extent that people are still depending on cars, we need to really do everything we can to get more public EV charging and multifamily housing charging. And Corte Madera, for instance, recently has gotten grants from TAM and from MCE to do that kind of thing. And there are other communities that have also done that. So I just really plead with you, even though we've done a lot, we can't rest on our laurels and we can't be complacent. We really need to go to much greater speed and scale. And I've enjoyed so much working with you all with the Climate Action Plan and other things, because you are a very enlightened and forward-looking council, and you have staff that are also, that this town really, as you used to say, John, should be a model for other communities, and it really should. Okay, thank you. And I hope this report will be annual.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
so
work.
much.
Yes, thank you. Okay, is there anyone online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so now we are actually going to go to our second. I'm going to take A12 right now, and we will go back to A11. So A12 is Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission. And I see that we have several very young speakers that have been waiting. So I would like to welcome them up.
By the way, Grace, can we get that presentation emailed to us?
Yes, and I'm happy to follow up on any questions, comments related, especially to emissions, inventory, data stuff.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm starting with public comments on item A12. That's Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission.
Mayor Thier, well, just one question. We are having the actual post commissioners present to us, right?
We are. I'm
Okay,
going to
great.
let the children first
Yeah.
give their public comment, and then we will have post speak and present. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't limiting post to public comment.
Not at all. No.
great.
We have some young people that have been patiently waiting for about 35 minutes. So I'm going to let them speak first, then post will present, and we will take other public comment after. Okay, so who would like to go first? Okay, if you want to come up and say your name, and then you can tell us whatever you want to say.
Hi, my name is Harrison Sapolsky. I'm 8 years old and I'm in second grade. Today I'm going to talk about the basketball court at Blackie's Pasture. The first reason I want a basketball court at Blackie's Pasture is because me and my friends all love basketball. For example, anytime I'm at a friend's house or they're at mine, we almost always play basketball. In fact, I believe basketball is a lot of people's favorite sport because I got 300 signatures from my petition in only 6 days, and now I have around 500. A lot of kids my age spend most of their time on YouTube or the Nintendo, but if we have a basketball court at Blackie's, me and my friends could go there instead. In fact, scientists have found that television is unhealthy, especially to kids developing brains. It's a lot more healthy to be outside and moving your body. We are hoping to have a basketball court, beach volleyball court, a wall ball wall to stop the basketballs from going into the bike path, and 2 shaded seating areas. That sounds like somewhere almost everyone would like to go. In fact, I could even have my birthday party there. Yes, I turned 9 in August, and I hope we can have it done by then. Wait, I have more. I hope this inspired you to vote for the basketball court at Blackie's pasture.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Yes, you may go.
Hello, my name is Hannah Zapolsky, and I am almost a fifth grader. So sometimes I want to bike to Blackie's, but I don't want to play on the playground or climb a tree or something. Sometimes I just want to sit down and get away from the sun and read a good book, or cheer on someone else, or someone who's playing basketball, or playing basketball myself. That's why we should have shaded seating next to the basketball court that Harrison just talked about. If we got a basketball court without shaded seating, then the basketball players would get overheated. If we got shaded seating without a basketball court, or did not get either, then we would be ignoring 500 signatures. Another reason we should get shaded seating is because people of all ages could use a nice place to sit down in the shade and read a book or paint a picture. That way it can be inspiring and educational. As you can hopefully clearly see, we should get shaded seating at Blackie's.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Okay.
Hello, I am Maya. I am 10 years old and am currently in 4th grade at Beller Elementary School. My friend Hannah had just informed you that we want shaded seating at Blackie's pasture for the basketball court. I agree with that manner. First, I do many things in Tiburon that involves stepping out of the cool shade and into the warm sun. Oh, if we get a basketball court, if there isn't shading seating, I believe some people will get overheated by the hot sun without any shade to go undercover in. Also, to agree with Harrison with the basketball court, I agree with that because many people want to play basketball, and some people have to drive a little bit farther than some people should. And at Blackie's, if we have a basketball court there, it will be a community place to go where others, instead of having to go to a school to do it, they can just go back to Blackie's. This is why I suggest that we have shaded seating and a basketball court at Blackie's. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Okay, and then you'll.
Hi, my name is Evangeline, and I am in 4th grade, and I'm going to be talking about how Blackie's should have a basketball court. I believe that Blackie's should have a basketball court because it can be used for many things, like dance. It can be used for yoga. It can be used for roller skating or skateboarding or many different things. I really think that's going to be useful because there's mostly not any space where you can do most of those things in Tiburon. Secondly, I really think if you need help to get the money and get the money for the basketball court, it would be great to have a fundraiser and people to sign up to put in money to the basketball court. Lastly, I think that it would be great to have a basketball court because many kids really like doing basketball and it's some of their favorite things. And kids need exercise and they're mostly just sitting inside doing stuff. And they need to get outside and exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay.
Hello, my name is Max. I go to pre-K. What I'm going to talk about is where the Leaning Tower of Pisa is. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is kind of, some people like to say, the Leaning Tower of Pizza.
Good. You're doing great. You're doing great.
Leaning Tower of Pisa is where pizzas are made.
Max, I want to tell you something. That was amazing. You are the youngest person that has ever spoken to us ever. So I want to thank you for that. Do we have anyone else that would like, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leva, and I am 8 years old. I go to Reed Elementary School. I strongly believe there should be basketball courts, and I love basketball so much. You can use it for many things, like running around, having a picnic, and you can do other reasons.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, do we have, yes.
There was a bunch of people who are going to be here in person that got a little bit later than we had thought. So there might be some people online who might raise a hand now if they have a kid who's waiting up.
Yes,
They
that
might
is fine.
sleep, I'm not sure.
That is fine.
So check.
And if there's parents that need to take their kids, you can also speak because we don't want to lose you as well. So,
I don't know if you want to check online or should I go?
oh, would you, let's do in person first. Yeah. Or online.
All right, next, can I go? Sorry, let me just get my notes here.
Yeah. You can ask.
All right. My name is Linda Sapolsky. I live in Belveron. We've been in Tiburon for 7 years. First of all, thank all of you for all that you do to make our town as great as it is. Having gotten to know this process from a complete stranger, it's really been a steep learning curve, and I just had no idea how much work was going on behind the scenes here. So I'm very much in favor of a basketball court, sand volleyball, and shaded seating area alongside a lawn at Lineal Park. Unfortunately, the teens and tweens in this town really don't have spaces to gather. They're hanging out at CVS. They're in their homes on Roblox and YouTube and things that we know very clearly there are better options, and them being outside and social in person is really ideal. And I know that I've heard some pushback that it's not as beautiful or something like that. It was a sewage pond. It was like literally sewage and with a barbed wire fence. So I really do think that this is going to be a beautiful improvement, that there are really beautiful, thoughtful ways that we can do this that are going to be much more pleasing to people than when they initially hear about it. The amount of support, I'm not sure exactly how many public comment letters. I think that there's close to 30 tonight that are almost, if not all, in favor of basketball, as well as, the petition that was signed, and we haven't done anything with it since the November, and then it just keeps getting signed and passed around by members of the town. It's multi-purpose and multi-generational. I was able to speak to some people, part of the Green Team last night at the Post Commission, and they were kind of really excited to learn about the opportunities for it to be more multi-generational, like the Belvedere Park basketball court is, with the senior Roomba or, different activities during the day. It's accessible and inclusive, economical, not intrusive, very popular, very necessary. Hanging out at the schools is not an option for families with kids. They don't want to. They've been there 5 days a week. And also, they're not beautiful and on the water. And there's no bathrooms, and everyone has to go to the bathroom at some point, of all ages. And so I really think that this would be a really great addition. In addition, with schools have all kinds of challenges that are facing them that we maybe don't want everyone familiar with them to be very porous. We want them to maybe be for students and the students' families. And the location of sanitation ponds is just really ideal. And I think it'll be community building, and again, with the healthy living, thank you all so much for your time.
Yeah, so I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of you kids who came and spoke to us today, because this is how you influence government. and participating in your community is the most important thing to do when you want it to change or you want something. And so I really want to give you a lot of credit for coming, and Max for staying up. I know it's 8:30. I have kids, so I know what that means when you're pre-K, but thank you again for coming, and thank you to all of you kids. Thank you. All right, that's okay.
Best story, but
Okay. Okay, did you want to say goodbye?
Nope.
Okay, well, we'll see you soon.
I just saw some stuff.
Okay.
That the, that the Leaning Tower of Pisa is in Italy.
Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. So now we are going to call up our Liz Judge, and I believe Chuck Hornbrook, and I'm not sure who else from Post. Mike Moon. Mike Moon. Okay, Mike Moon is here on the screen over here, and I believe Liz, are you also coming up? Yes. Okay, great. Mike, just give us 1 second to get Liz up here, and people are leaving right now.
Mike will be presenting.
Okay, and Mike will be presenting. Fantastic. And thank you. So Mike, we are just getting the presentation up, and then we'll be ready for you to start in 1 minute, okay?
Fantastic. Liz, were you going to do the intro in the beginning part, or did you want me to do that part as well?
I believe that you
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
was he asking you or me?
He's asking me.
Oh, however you guys would like to do it. So do you want to do the introduction? She will do the introduction.
Yeah, that's how we did it at the post meeting.
Okay, perfect. I don't know if you can hear what she's saying or not, so.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear.
Can you, Leah, can you go to slide 4, and we'll start on slide 4. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Liz Judge. I'm a commissioner on the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Commission. And as many of you know, and I think many of you are here for this purpose, the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Commission initiated a process to look at the entire park system of Tiburon. Tiburon has some great park space. To look at the entire park space of Tiburon and create a parks master plan. And we contracted in a firm that specializes in this, that specializes in how to use park space, how to utilize and increase recreation and improve parks, to take a look at our space and to survey the public and engage the public and listen to the public in Tiburon about what their priorities for the parks are. At the end of that process took almost 2 years, and it landed in a set of guidelines and sort of recommendations that are pretty loose about improvements that we should make in our parks. And those were based on thousands and thousands of public comments, public surveys, pop-ups, community listening sessions, community workshops. There were a number of events and engagement moments over that time. And there were a lot of letters written and people who came to the post meetings over that duration to give feedback. And all of that went into those guidelines and recommendations. The recommendations were sent to the town council. But what needed to happen after that was a deeper look into how to make some of those recommendations real, and a deeper engagement with the neighborhoods around those parks to understand what they really wanted, and with the broader community in Tiburon to just get to a more detailed, granular level on what we can do with the parks and how we can take those recommendations from guidance into action. So the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Commission set up some subcommittees to do this deeper engagement, deeper public listening. And Mike Moon and I, Mike's on Zoom, are the subcommittee for the lineal park. The lineal park is the space of the Tiburon Park system that stretches from the parking lot of Blackie's pasture down to the south of Knoll open space. That's a beautiful open space that sort of looks out over the bay along the old rail trail. And that includes McKegney Green and the sanitation ponds, which the town just acquired and filled in. This is really, this is sort of the crown jewel of Tiburon's park space. And so Mike and I engaged in a process. We did a number of things to get more community feedback and more ideas about how to utilize this space using the sort of basic guidelines that the firm recommended. We had a community meeting with the HOA members and residents and of the neighborhoods that immediately are adjacent to the sanitation ponds first. We wanted to talk to those folks first because that's the part of this park that has the most potential. And it's the part that the town is clearly doing something about right now. So we had a meeting with those folks right here in Town Hall. A lot of residents from those neighborhoods came and gave us feedback and input. Then we had a meeting with the heads of the HOAs of every neighborhood that is adjacent to the entire lineal park, from the top near the parking lot down to the south of Knoll. And we shared this proposal, we shared a proposal with them and took feedback on that. We have had discussions in the parks with parents, with the group Parents for Parks, and with residents from some of the neighborhood associations adjacent to the park. And then just last night, we had an open all community, like Tiburon-wide community meeting for all Tiburon residents. This immediately preceded the post-commission meeting, where we took yet more feedback and ran the proposal yet again by residents. So now we've run this proposal by all of the neighborhoods near the park and residents from the entire town a number of times. I can't even count how many times we've run the proposal by folks and taken feedback. And honestly, at this point, the feedback is a bit countless. It's thousands and thousands of notes and comments and letters and voices in all of these engagements. Finally, and what I think is really the most unusual and most exciting, and I'll credit Mike Moon for this, we did a survey of all the students at Del Mar Middle School, which is the school that's right next to the sanitation ponds in McKegney Green. And Mike will talk more about that. He's right now going to present sort of the proposal that we've come up with based on all of this feedback and engagement. And he'll also summarize the middle school student survey and sort of the calls that we are hearing from our neighbors and fellow community members and residents in terms of calls to action. So over to you, Mike.
Great, thanks, Liz. As Liz mentioned, my name is Michael Moon. I'm a post commissioner and on the subcommittee with Liz on the Lineal Park. Leah, can you go to page 3? Thanks. So I just wanted to, before we get into this, talk a little bit about our approach. We really wanted to take this opportunity to add some key amenities that are needed in Tiburon, but we also wanted to do this in a very measured and balanced way. We understand, part of the allure and beauty of Tiburon is its openness and its nature. And, we didn't want to overload our park system with, whole list and smorgasbord of amenities. However, it's a key opportunity and we're really excited, particularly with the sanitation pond site, that we should be adding some key amenities, and we'll get through that. But overall, our approach here was really enhancement and not transformation. So I think that's just important as context. And Liz, can you go to page 5? Thank you. So before we also get into this, I wanted to make sure that we talk about some key issues that did get raised by residents. This presentation is really specifically focused on amenity improvement ideas, but it's important to note that there were a lot of concerns from residents about parking capacity at the park and overflow parking on neighborhood streets. And so as we talk about or we think about implementing amenities at Lineal Park, I think it's also important as town council to consider the impact that it might have on parking and some of the overflow parking issues on neighborhood streets as we go through that decision-making process. The other thing that did come up a lot was multi-use path safety. There's the need for better enforcement of high-speed bikes, possibly widening or separating pedestrian and bike traffic on the multi-use trails. While that is something that we have partially addressed in this presentation, I think this probably warrants just a whole new stream and an integrated stream to address just the overall safety issue that would include better law enforcement on that issue. So going into that, let's go into the next page. So Greenwood Beach, this is the first area that I'd like to talk about. It's separated into two sections, the shoreline uplands meadow, as you see on the left, and the shoreline open space, as you see on the right. The pictures here are pictures of how those areas currently look like today. If you walk over there, you'll see that, there's really not a lot there. It's really just, during the summer, it's kind of brown grass / dirt. There is a gravel access path that the sanitation department has made to get access to a sewage pump over there. Yeah, there's really not a lot that's going on in that area today. Our vision, and in a lot of discussions that we've had with the Greenwood Beach residents and leaders, is to really keep this space open and really sort of preserve the nature and the beauty of it. And if you look at the next slide, we have some inspiration images of the type of beautification we think we can have for this area. And if you go to the next slide, the idea is to have in this uplands meadow area some landscaping that would include some low-lying native-based plants, bushes, and grasses, a low barrier fence so that we can protect some of those native plantings to establish themselves, no trees that could block resident views, and maintain access to the sewage pump for the sanitary district, but beautify that trail so that it's pleasant for people to kind of walk through and explore. Next page, please. The shoreline open space, this is the area on the right. The idea here is to have a nature trail and also include some educational stations and signs, perhaps in partnership with the Audubon Society, to educate us about the area and about conservation in this particular bay for residents and for visitors to learn about. Incorporate some more seating into the area. We do not recommend having any shade structures at this part of the park. And people might remember that this is also the site of the beach restoration project, expected to be completed by the end of this year. And there were some thoughts and some feedback from residents that they would like better monitoring and enforcement on water access and unleashed dogs into the shoreline meadow area. So you click the next page. So Blackie's pasture. Everyone knows Blackie's. Here's an image of the field. On the right there, you see it's bordered by kind of a muddy sort of river, a statue of the horse. The idea here, if you go on the next page, is to really add features and improve what it really is being used primarily for today, which is it's a dog park. So ideas include adding a water station, a disposal bag station, some seating, preferably blends into the environment, an aesthetic wooden looking fence to keep dogs contained. It's important, and we think it's very beneficial such that dogs won't be running around and jumping on small children or having the risk of having dogs run into the parking lot or Tiburon Boulevard, and even into the muddy waters bordering Blackie's pasture, which I've seen happen on numerous occasions. we've gotten some feedback that it would be great to have be extra vigilant in maintenance, especially reducing the foxtail growth in that area. Foxtails are actually quite harmful to dogs. As an anecdote, I've taken my dog there, and several years ago, my dog actually sniffed a foxtail. Then we had to go to the emergency room with the vet and have it removed, and that can be very dangerous for dogs. And also some other feedback that came up was having some improved signage. There have been some times and some residents that have seen cars coming from the parking lot into the park, which is really supposed to be used for the sanitation department. So having better signage to prevent unauthorized vehicles coming to that area is something that we would also recommend.
And just as a clarifying point, the recommendation to fence a dog area, to fence a dog park area we're not recommending to fence the entire Blackie's pasture. It would be a portion of it. And right now that is the use, and neighbors have attested to that.
Great, thank you, Liz.
Off leash right now. Yeah.
All right, next page. The parking lot. So we're talking about the gravel parking lot here next to Blackie's pasture. If you go to the next page. Our idea is that to increase capacity, if that's something that the town would want to do, to have more parking, town management has said that if we paved that area and painted parking spot lines, that it's estimated that we can increase parking capacity by 25%. Longer term, if we needed more capacity, we could add more parking by expanding that lot along the unused space along Tiburon Boulevard. And as I mentioned before, we do think it's important to just consider parking as we discuss any added amenities to the park. Next page. All right, so this is the picnic and playground area. This is the section that's kind of between Blackie's pasture and where the bathroom is located. There are currently 3 picnic tables that are located in that area. If you look at this picture, it's really a strategic location because there is a berm there that you can nestle some amenities and programming in there that might blend into the environment better. And it's very close to the bathroom and also quite close to the parking lot. So we think there's a very strong opportunity to have some nice amenities in that area. If you go to the next page. Our vision here is to really create a nature-based playscape with a shaded picnic area. And these are just some inspirational images of how we were envisioning or thinking about that area. If you go to the next page. So the thought here is to not really put in bright colored plastic, playgrounds that we might typically see. We could have slides built into the hillside, logs, rocks, climbing nets, things that are really geared towards younger kids. But honestly, these features could be used for all ages. We should incorporate into the playscape design accessibility and inclusivity. We think this is a great area to have a shaded picnic area. Today there are 3 picnic tables, but they're all separate. We think a better way to build community and have better usage is to actually have one big, longer picnic table that can accommodate bigger gatherings like kids' birthday parties, or perhaps even a modular system where you could put several picnic tables together based on the size of your group. We did get some great feedback to potentially consider fully covering the top of this area to protect people from the rain. Our initial idea was to have it just more as a shade structure, but based on cost and how it might look, I think it would be worthwhile to consider making it fully covered for that added benefit. The other thing we'd like to do is to consider moving the bike path to go around this area instead of right through the area. Liz, if you go back one or two slides, 2. Yeah. you see there, you can see that the bike path kind of goes through in between the picnic table area, or really between this area. But if you look over on the upper left side towards where that river is, you know, there's already a kind of a dirt path that people are using anyways, and we think that that would be a good alternative to where the bike path would go, instead of kind of right through this area. All right, so if we flip forward to the sanitation ponds. So this is a huge opportunity for the town to make some great improvements. If you look at the pictures on the top left, that's what it looks like today. The top right and the bottom right are pictures of the north side of the sanitation ponds, where there's a fence that's separating the pond site to the sanitation complex, protected by a barbed wire fence that looks kind of like a prison almost. The bottom left picture I wanted to include just so people can appreciate and understand what was there. You know, it had these sewage ponds that, you know, when I remember walking by, had sort of pond scum on it. It was surrounded by a barbed wire fence. It kind of looked unnatural, very unnatural. And I think it's fantastic that we filled it in, and I think we have an amazing opportunity to really beautify this space. So our concept here on the next page is to really add some great amenities to that area. These images are taken from a community in Truckee, up in Lake Tahoe, a place called Martis Camp, where this area is actually very similar to this concept, where it has a covered sort of seating lounge area that has a basketball court next to it, a sand volleyball court next to that, and then a flat grassy area where people use for different activities, including cornhole or a pickup game of mini soccer, or really whatever you want to do for some flat grassy space. Go to the next page. So the concept here is to preserve a big part of the sanitation ponds to be an open field. We did get some comments from the Del Mar survey, which I'll get into the specifics here shortly, that we consider turf instead of grass. There was a lot of write-in comments from kids saying that turf they really wanted to have turf. And I'm guessing it's because of the many months out of the year, the fields can be quite wet and muddy, and having a turf field could be good for that, or better for that time of year. A shaded outdoor lounge, as we saw in that picture. If we could add infrared heating for the chilly days that we have here in Tiburon, potentially some charging outlets, that would be great. 2 sand volleyball courts, a basketball court that is nestled into the hillside and behind the trees next to the existing sanitation buildings, and a back wall, which is something that I didn't particularly appreciate until we did the Del Mar survey, but wall ball is a very popular activity with middle school kids. And having a wall potentially alongside the basketball court, blocking the sanitation complex, might be beneficial, not only from a aesthetic standpoint to block that out and get rid of the barbed wire fence, but also have an amenity that the kids can use that would be popular to play. And then the other thought would be to widen the path. There's a bike path that kind of goes around the south side of the pond site, and with the added sort of usage and some of the amenities that are there was some feedback from residents that we should really widen that path.
I'll just add here that we had residents who did like a spatial sort of survey there, and they have a drawing that shows that all of this can fit, including like this pretty substantial grassy area, or if it's turf. One other thing we always hear about on Post, and it's been really challenging to resolve, is the demand for McKegney Green use from sports teams and community members, and having an additional just area would be really great. We also have heard so many, as you've heard tonight, but just exponentially more voices in favor of beach volleyball, which actually takes up relatively small amount of that space, and a basketball court, which, as Mike said, could be closest to the sanitation district. There's a pretty tall berm with sort of a fence of trees, and that provides a fabulous sound barrier. And it also provides a great sight barrier, but we don't think you'll need a sight barrier because like the photos showed of Martis Camp, the court can be green and can be really aesthetically pleasing and sort of blend into the environment.
Thank you, Liz. So if we move on to page 20, yes. So we did this wonderful survey with the Tiburon adults as part of the master plan. And, you know, over time, we had kids come in to talk about their interests and some of the things they would like, which have been fantastic, but they've been anecdotal. And so we thought that it would be good to have a survey that was more substantial to get really some comprehensive views of the Del Mar kids, which, you know, the Del Mar is located right across from the sanitation ponds and the knoll and the south of the knoll of Lineal Park. And so we did the survey. We got 132 responses, leading to statistically significant results, almost 40% participation of the entire middle school, which was way beyond what we expected. And what we found was that students would on average use the park 2 days a week after school if the amenities were to be added. But more importantly, and something that we didn't know, you know, what we were going to get, if these amenities were included, it looks like that we could potentially reduce the number of after-school car pickups by 50%, potentially helping reduce peak traffic congestion on Tiburon Boulevard, which would be a huge bonus, if even directionally, that it can sort of help that peak congestion time that we have during the afternoon. Go to the next page. So a couple of statistics I wanted to show is that sand volleyball, the back wall for wall ball and practicing other sports, and basketball were the three highest priorities that people wanted, or the kids wanted to get built. And also, if you just look at, you know, the different amenities that we're thinking about, the usage percentage by these kids were all quite high. They were all really above 50%, 60, 70, 80% even. And so we were generally pleased with really how much interest and excitement there were by the middle school kids to want to use these amenities. Go to the next page. So the south of the knoll area, this is the space where there are 2 playgrounds right now and a bathroom. As you can see in the pictures, there's actually quite a bit of space that's around this area that could be used for some potential amenities. If you go to the next page, we thought that an interesting idea for this area would be to include parkour stations, agility sort of stations, strength and CrossFit type stations. These had a lot of interest from the middle school survey, and it would be great for the kids, but we also think that it's frankly great for adults, older Tiburon residents, and really all ages. You know, if we could have an area where it's just close to a bathroom, which is also close to a playground that adults could kind of do their exercise while the kids are playing in the playground, and there's a bathroom close by. For the existing playgrounds that are there, longer term, we think that it makes sense to refresh those playgrounds, taking into account accessibility and inclusivity as part of any refresh program. Go to the next page. So the knoll, this is something that I'm not sure most Tiburon residents know that we have as a really beautiful spot on the park. Today, though, like if you go to the top, if you look at the left picture, it's really wild and unkept, and there's this like concrete structure with graffiti on it. To get access up to the knoll, it's actually quite steep, especially if you're coming from the playground side. I've tried walking it a couple of times. It's slippery and it's really not safe. The slope is better if you're coming from the McKegney side going up to the knoll, but it's still quite slippery, especially because the eucalyptus trees shed a lot of leaves, and I actually took a little slip on the way coming down. So if you go to the next slide, we have a vision that we would like to really take advantage of the views that are up there. So if you look at the top left and the top right picture, those are the views I took just last week from when you're up there. The thought is to have a sort of a viewing platform with some seating. And then if you look at the bottom right and the bottom left, those trails, we can have some better signage and make those trails a bit safer to walk up and walk down. If you go to the next page. We did ask the Del Mar kids if they support making these improvements, and we got a 61% yes on that. And that was based on feedback from some of the residents saying that, you know what, maybe the kids just want a wild place and don't want a place with improvements, and sort of, you know, let's keep it as it is. But, you know, according to the survey, actually, majority of the kids actually support making these improvements that we've talked about here. And although it's not an amenity recommendation, and I don't want to kind of mix what we're talking about here with this particular point, but there has been some feedback from residents that we should consult with the Tiburon Fire Department and explore removing the eucalyptus trees due to fire safety concerns on the knoll. So I don't want to necessarily mix that as kind of an amenity discussion, but something that the town should perhaps consider. All right, next page. All right, the south of the knoll open area. This is easy. We are, if you go on the next page, we are recommending just maintaining a natural and open space and really doing nothing for that area. So that concludes our thoughts. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that report. That was amazing. Are there questions from the council? Yes, please go ahead, Jack.
Hey, first of all, thank you so much. That was fantastic, and its breadth and detail. But one quick question about it was area 4. We got a letter from some people who are talking about doing a shaded picnic area up on the trestle area. You know what I'm talking about? I think it was the green team said that. Did you guys talk to them at all? And do you have a recommendation as up versus down, or is it both? Or
yeah, we invited to have a conversation with them, but I haven't received a phone call for a discussion, but we're happy to talk to the green team about that. I think the better place to have shaded structures is on the bottom level, just for accessibility. The bottom level is closer to the bathroom. It is easier to get access to from the parking lot and sort of the path. And it also has less of a risk of potentially impacting views, having it lower in elevation. Having said that, you know, if we had if we had a strong desire to have that upper section shaded as well, I think we can incorporate that potentially into the design if it doesn't impact views or has neighbor sort of complaints or comments. And as long as that design is sort of consistent with what we're doing on the bottom part next to the nature-based playground. So I would invite the green team to give us a call and talk to us, and then also be part of the process when we go into design phase in sort of scoping this out in more detail.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do we have more questions?
Our comments are next.
We're going to do public comment, I think, first, and then our comments. Yes.
You have a question.
Go ahead.
So you described a lot of public outreach, which is really very.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know if your microphone is on or.
There we go.
Yeah.
You guys described a lot of public outreach, which was really very impressive. I do have a question about what you heard from the neighborhoods immediately surrounding the former sanitation pond area. At public meetings in front of the council, They frequently have appeared and expressed concern about both visual and noise effects of having sports facilities near their neighborhoods. And I'm wondering, did you hear that from them again, or did you incorporate suggestions that they made to mitigate some of that, or how did that conversation go?
I can start, and then Mike, please get what I missed. We have heard, well, first I'd say from all of the neighborhoods that we've engaged around Lineal Park, vast majority of the comments and sort of letters and everything that we've heard has been really supportive from those neighborhoods. We've heard really vast majority support with some strong considerations, which we used to guide what we just put in front of you. So the strong considerations were, we heard a lot of concern around the parking, which is why you saw us recommend the lined parking in the gravel lot to increase the parking capacity by 25%. We did hear some concerns about sound, but I have to say, after all these meetings, I think, and after we walked through this plan in detail, what we went away with was really overwhelming support. I think the neighborhoods seemed pretty satisfied with the location of the basketball court because it's tucked into that berm and it's already protected by sound from all the trees, and plus the road noise is a much bigger issue than a ball bouncing. So we really didn't get any concern. Like, we left those meetings with people saying, thank you for listening to us. We feel this is a reasonable proposal and we can support it. That said, you may still hear concern. There's not going to be a unanimous view, but by and large, overwhelming support. And then so we heard sound, parking, those were the major concerns, which we feel we addressed adequately and more than sufficiently. So Mike, did I miss anything? Anything else?
No, I would agree with that. I would say that there was more concern about the basketball court than sand volleyball in terms of noise. And we did get some some responses on the noise of basketball. So I think that's something that you would have to consider. I agree with Liz in terms of where we would be placing it. That I don't think it's going to be an issue. And I would say just overall too, I think there's a lot of anxiety that people had when we sort of first said we're thinking about putting some amenities in the sanitation pond area. But after they see our presentation and hear what we're trying to do and sort of appreciating the balanced approach that we took, I agree with Liz. I feel like people sort of calmed down a little bit and sort of appreciated the thoughtfulness that we put in to this proposal. What did we not put in that could have been there? There were ideas of an amphitheater, there were ideas of a skate park, there was ideas of pickleball, but we really wanted to take a balanced approach, and we really felt that basketball and sand volleyball plus the open lawn and the covered picnic area was really the balanced approach in providing some key amenities for the town, but also making sure that we keep it beautiful and sort of keep the sound down.
And just a couple more things on that, very, very briefly. I live within earshot of Tiburon Boulevard, and that road noise has increased significantly with loud engines. And I think there's just no way that what we're proposing would even compete with the road noise in any way.
Okay, thank you. So wait a minute, I'll do Councilmember Fredericks. She had her hand up first, then Councilmember Negfar, and then I don't know who else, but we'll start with, that'll be the order. And I will say to everyone here waiting, you are going to get a chance to speak. So please, yeah, it'll be right after this. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Fredericks.
Comments on noise. I mean, the amount of outreach and research that you've done is just responsible and phenomenal. I do have some reservations on relying as trees as sound reduction agents. I just did some research on what happens with noise, and road noise often becomes just white noise. It fades into the background. And I'm only saying this now just to have it on your list. So if there's any pushback, you know there are questions about that particular assertion. And that's really minor compared to what you guys have done to bring these issues together.
I'll say also for the beach volleyball, it's a low sort of per capita sport per space. So only a few people play that sport at a time. It's not drawing big crowds. The games don't involve a lot of people. It's 6 people. And so it's not, in terms of using that space, it's one of the ways you can use it with the lowest crowd, like with, lower crowds and not high population density and traffic visitor density on the space.
Yeah, but there's another dimension, and I don't want to debate with you. This is just my experience from my neighborhood, where people were very upset about pickleball. That's not a huge crowd. That is periodic noise. It isn't the frequency of response that some of the other games have. Some people were not disturbed by it at all. Other people found it very disruptive when they were trying to work at home during COVID. And I just bring this up just so you will be prepared to just deal with that rather than thinking that all these issues have been dealt with.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that is the reason why we didn't recommend pickleball in that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Nick Farr has a question. We're doing questions now.
I have a question. So the ask here, first of all, incredibly thoughtful approach, Liz and Mike. Thank you for putting all that together. At the end of the presentation, the ask is to hire a landscape designer to work with staff on future development and to prioritize the RBSD pond site for development. Part of that ask comes with a cost. Maybe I missed it. What is the cost for working with a landscape designer?
So we don't have the specific cost of that, but I mean, you can look at bids and the town can provide some comps. We do have, the master plan does include details on the cost of the construction and build and the cost of maintenance of each of these.
So is there an ask for like a budget amendment or something in today, or do you guys want to come back like the June 4th and we go over a dollar amount to spend on a landscape designer? And I'm asking because this is great, and I would love to learn more.
If I may just jump in real quick on the cost question. If council were inclined to support the action as you described it, I think the next step would be we would do it what we normally do. We would do a request for proposals for qualified designers to submit proposals for a scope of work that we can work with Post to define. And then the proposals would come in with differing costs, and we would come back to council and share with you. And I suspect we go to Post first for recommendation, go to council. And in terms of timing, we won't know that number before we present the budget, in a couple of weeks, but we would come back to you probably early in the next fiscal year. And if council wanted to move forward, we would do a budget amendment at that time.
Okay, so then my follow-up question is, does everyone involved in this know the timeline for something like that? Because it isn't tonight, and it's going to take a process of RFIing. The town manager just said the next fiscal year. That's a couple months away, so it would be on the other side of that. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands what the timeline looks like for something like this, so that at the next meeting there aren't expectations that this is going to happen on a really tight timeline.
And I'll add one thing. There were some items brought up about the budget. I just want to explain. Any project does not have to be approved before the budget is approved. We amend the budget later. So June, I know some of the correspondence, I read all the letters, said, well, you got to do this by June 4th. So if the project is not approved by June 4th, that does not mean it cannot be approved for another year. We take the projects and we amend our budget at that time. So I just want that to be clear, but I don't want to get into a long discussion of this because there's a lot of people waiting to speak. You've been so patient. You've waited for 3 hours now, almost.
I have
So-
one more question.
Okay.
Does anything in terms of shortening the timeline? And I promise there was a reason why I was asking the other questions. In terms of shortening the timeline, if there were from Post maybe a ballpark figure that we could maybe authorize, or we could, sort of do what we can to move forward in the next meeting. Is that something, I mean, is there any sort of middle ground there in terms of going through the full process, which could take into July or August to select a landscape architect? Is there anything we could do in the next couple weeks to maybe speed that timeline up?
Can we get back to you with that?
Yes, please do.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Just one question quick of.
Okay, a quick question from Councilmember Fredericks, and then we're taking public comment.
And my question is that tonight, we're just dealing with the issue of prioritizing the Richardson Bay Sanitary District pond site. We're not dealing with the whole presentation that was just made to us. Can you confirm that, staff, please? That's it.
Yeah. So the presentation was on the RBSD pond site.
It was broader than that.
It was the entire
It was
linear
everything.
park,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want people to be clear about what issue we're taking a vote on.
But this is an action item, so that I want to make sure I'm understanding. The ask from Post is for us to take action and authorize staff to start the process of hiring a landscape designer, right? And to give some sort of approval on this presentation that we saw today.
On the narrow issue of the ponds.
Okay, we're not voting yet. So I'm going to table this discussion to a little bit later if you guys don't mind, because I want to hear from the public.
Yes.
And then when we get to the point where we're voting, we'll ask our town attorney to clarify that one issue. Is that a good process? Okay, great. So I'm going to ask for public comment right now. If there's members of the public that would like to come up and speak, we would love to hear from you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, hey, my name's Michael Richmond, and I live directly over the sanitation pond. I sent a letter. This is the second time I haven't seen it in the stack of letters, but I just want to make a couple comments. First, I want to talk about safety in the sanitation pond area. And second, my first point is a decision being made that we're putting a basketball court, a volleyball court, and whatever else was in this presentation? I mean, are we going and asking a design firm to do something when we don't know what's going there? It's not very clear to me. And the letter that I sent to Liz and Michael, neither of them have responded. I think that if I live right above the sanitation ponds, some things would come up. But let me just say what I wrote. There's a path going around the sanitation ponds that goes up along McKegney Field. To Liz's point, you can increase that green space and get rid of crying children and a train wreck of accidents, especially when it's crowded. If you eliminate that path and utilize, I had suggested utilizing that path, allowing during the week for kids to go to and from school on that path, but on the weekends, the bike path goes out towards the water. Because there's a lot of crowding there around McKegney Field. And at the sanitation, you gain that pathway that cuts through it. Now you gain all that green space. So now McKegney Field gets bigger. But I want to just be clear about basketball. There is a big difference between traffic white noise and a pickleball sound and a basketball bouncing off of a backboard, a rim, on the ground. There's a big difference. I'm not saying that I don't think we should have a basketball court, even though there's probably 6 to 9 around the area already in Tiburon. But I understand if we need more basketball courts, I'm not really sure how much sense it makes to put it in a space that's 30 yards from our coastline. I mean, Prop 68, the spirit of it is to kind of take back parklands, but having 10-foot basketball, goals and volleyball nets that close to our coastline, I mean, are we making the right decision here? I mean, clearly it impacts us and everybody on our street, but I mean, it doesn't really feel right to me. 10-foot posts within 30 yards of the coastline. Do we really need it? Maybe we need a half court where there's only one post and you can just go back and forth. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but there is a difference. And I did state this in my letter to Liz and Michael. 7 to 8 courts, if not more, available to public close to the Lineal Park on the Tiburon Peninsula. We played at Delmar School, Bel Air School, Belvedere Park, and Strawberry School courts for years without an issue. As our HTK residents, we do not want to look at any hard sport court surfaces along the coastline. Not to mention listening to the consistent repetitive sounds echoing up from them. And yes, those sounds are very different than traffic white noise. I've lived there for 30 years.
Thank you.
I think those are the main points that I wanted to say. I did also say, although we're only talking about the sanitation ponds tonight, I don't think that enclosing a dog park makes any sense. Why take away the multi-use of a piece of property and designate it by enclosing it with a fence? I think that that's a mistake. I think that the sanitation ponds, if you took the bike path out, you would extend the green space and you'd get more multi-purpose space. Volleyball nets, basketball courts, I don't know. You can tell I have some reservations. And so do a lot of people in my neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I
so
would
much.
like for this post commission to come to my home.
Okay, thank you so
did.
much. Thank you so much. And we did get your letter. You
Okay, so I didn't
sent
see-
another email asking us, but
Just didn't see it
thank
in the
you.
printout.
Okay, I just
The
want to
second
reassure you we
tab-
got it. Okay. Now, who is next? Who would like to speak next? Okay, great. Come on up. Hi.
I'm Jenna. I am a Tiburon resident and a parent and a member of Parents for Parks and Rec. I was at last night's post workshop and heard the presentation. It was great to hear it again tonight. I just want to commend Post for all the time and energy it's put into developing this very thoughtful and exciting proposal. I think it did a great job of collecting an abundance of public input and weaving it all together and coming up with a plan that I feel really has something for everybody. It has quiet, contemplative spaces where you can sit in the shade and relax and take in the scenery. And it also has more active spaces where people can exercise, they can play, they can gather for a picnic, they can connect with their neighbors. I'm really excited about all the concepts in this proposal, and I hope the town council will take the steps needed to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, who is next? Anyone? Are we done? Chuck. Oh, Chuck, here you go.
Chuck Hornbrook, I'm chairman of the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission, and I just want to take this time because Mike is too humble to say anything, is that Mike's in New York City. And this subcommittee's been working since September working on this. And I think it's important for the community to recognize the dedication that the volunteers have in their commissions in doing this work. I'm sorry that my wife says your tone gets really harsh sometimes when you speak, so I need to soften that. So when I publicly speak, not when I'm at, never mind, I'm going down a hole. But in the short of it is that it's been great that these guys have been here doing this work for the community. And I hope it gets recognized by everybody that they're trying their best to do all this stuff as volunteers. And so again, kudos, thanks, Mike, for being here, and Liz for your efforts too. I just, as part of the commission, I wanted to publicly recognize them. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. We also wish to recognize them. The town council knows how much work this is, as does our staff. So thank you.
Hi there.
Hello.
So I just wanted to speak quickly to the general project. I think what the neighbors that I've talked to and that I've heard from were very thankful to this subcommittee for was their presentation of a low impact plan for the whole lineal park, that they were just grateful for that. But they were not necessarily unified on what kinds of things might get plopped down into this, the center of this lovely piece of land. So I know from my neighborhood, we were the first neighborhood that was discussed anything as a group with the subcommittee, and we are the ones that initiated the meeting, because we came to a town council meeting where the town council said to post, hey, bring us your ideas, bring it to us at the next meeting, and the next meeting was April. So we got panicked and said, oh my gosh, we better meet with these post people. Well, what the post people did is they came to us with a plan, and they said, what do you think? They didn't come and say to us, what might you like to do for the plan? They came to us with their plan and said, what do you think of it? So we were all of a sudden in the position of not offering ideas per se, but trying to discuss either pro or con for their plan. Even as we're here tonight, I'm not totally clear about what we're expected to do, because I think you might, if you vote anything tonight, you're going to vote to hire a designer. That's what I think. It says on the agenda that you might vote to hire a designer. So I don't want to necessarily bore you with all of the other details of what could possibly be included in the plan for the whole lineal park, because you're talking about maybe just a designer for the sanitation, the former sanitation ponds. But yeah, there are a lot of issues. Parking relates to whatever you put in the park. And you know, the dog fence idea, there's a lot of problems and issues going around with the dog fence idea. Basketball court is not been a very, it's gonna be a controversial thing, so I'm not sure how that's gonna end up shaking out. A volleyball court seems to at least have no hard court attached to it. It's got sand. So if it works out, fine. If it doesn't work out, it's still removable. And as I said, the dog fence has got issues. There's going to be some issues around the dog fence. So there's a lot of other stuff. Visitation is a topic. Visitation. Am I done? I'm done. I'm sorry.
No, thank you so much.
Okay, visitation is a topic that has not been discussed in connection with any of this, and it is something, it's a planning term for the Tiburon, and it's something that needs to be discussed. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, who is next? Hello, Evan. Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Evan Siegel. I'm a Tiburon resident. I just want to, first of all, the post committee, led by Chuck with Liz and Mike, you guys know you're never going to get unanimity. You're going to get strong opinions. And what you're trying to do is not let perfection get in the way of progress. So we heard some voices here of people who feel very strongly, and we respect those voices. But what we want to try to do is what is looking for the best, what is the community looking for, and those groups, whether it's parents, younger people, et cetera. The comments that are made about basketball being controversial, that is just so far from the truth. Basketball is not controversial. And in fact, what you heard was, if you would ever go down to the Belvedere Park, you see not just basketball, but you see kids and people playing hopscotch, young kids, and you can have younger kids that'll come over from Kegney that will play on this. So it's a beautiful design that includes hard surface, soft surface, and grass, designed and taking best of all things. And I think the committee, they did a wonderful job balancing what they heard from many different neighborhoods. What we don't want to have is one or two voices, the loudest voices, decide what goes on for this community. There are many, many people in the community that are frankly frustrated with studies. Study after study, they want to see something. And what this does is, in a very, I thought, thoughtful way, is preserve a lot of the space, look at safety. Again, comments around dog fences are controversial. No, they're not. Dog parks are in many places, and they're meant to protect the safety of people. And what they've done is try to design so there's long runs, understanding how it's used, but make sure kids and people and older people don't get jumped on by dogs that, are more rambunctious. So I just want to just reinforce that, in an era where we're concerned about kids behind, on computers, not getting out and not engaging and having physical activity. What this does is gives them an opportunity. And we heard from the survey, the middle school kids, that they will go over there and they will use it. What you do is you take a step and you learn and you iterate. This is not locked in. There's nothing that was presented here that is, a permanent fixture. Even if you put a basketball court in, my guess is you're going to probably want more, but you'll find out what's going on there. And, again, these things are not, there's not people there. There's not lights. So it's not going on after 7:30, 8 o'clock at night in terms of, what people are doing. So I would just kind of, first of all, I look at all of you as the council members. You're the ones that the people in this community are looking for to make decisions that advance the community, that take into account young people, families, as well as seniors in this community. And, people, I think, have spoken by, you heard this, what Liz went through, and you got the majority opinion. They've tried to balance this and, represent what is the best that everyone's looking for. And I just take, offense when people make these comments about, without facts, without basis. That's what they did, and it came from a place of data collection, both qualitative and quantitative, to make the best decisions. So thank you for listening to me, but most importantly, to the post committee. Thank you guys. You guys were amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, do we have any more speakers? Anyone? Okay.
I do have one person online.
Okay, please proceed.
We'll recognize Beth.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I had a issue earlier with unmuting. Well, I know that it is Public Works Appreciation Week, so I just wanted to shout out on that. Thank you, everyone. Greg and David, and
That gets
I
her
want
point.
to keep posting this too, because that presentation was epic, and I completely agree with Evan. I have been to countless town halls. All of you on town council are probably sick of me by now. I've heard feedback. I've read all the letters. We are talking about a presentation that involves data, years of information, a master plan that we spent, what did we spend? $400,000 on that? This is really exciting to see that there's going to be some sort of action taken that balances the beauty and peace of the area, as well as things that can bring people a lot of happiness of all ages just by joy. I did want to that was just kind of my thoughts after hearing everything for the last 3 hours. But I did have one specific question. So the last town hall, there was a resolution passed around adding some parks and recreation items, which was really just, I'm so grateful for. It was really fantastic to hear, very rewarding. And I guess my question is since Post has done this incredible work around Lineal Park and has all the research done and the data points, would we be able to add the nature play area and the sanitation ponds, and if Post feels necessary, the dog park piece, to that resolution? I'd love to start getting this stuff in writing and, moving forward after all this hard work people have put in. And then so that's my one main question that I can follow up with Greg and David. But on sound, I know sound comes up a lot. I do want to let you know that Parents for Parks and Rec did hire a sound machine, and we did bounce a basketball there. It was an Tech 407 730 digital sound level meter 41.3 dB on Amazon, and there was no change in the sound from if you were to bounce a basketball or not from across the road. So to hear people say that, oh, it's just white noise or you're not going to hear anything, frankly, it's just not true. And you could hire a sound consultant yourself to test it out. Also, I live downtown. I live near TPC and Tether Park. There's pickleball there. There's tennis there. I hear downtown music. I hear house parties. This is part of being a community. And I would hope that my community members would be respectful of my time. And, the downtown music stops at a reasonable time, so I'm okay with it. But I can definitely hear it in my front yard. So I think some of this, to what others had mentioned, is we all need to come together and realize that at the beginning, there were a lot of ideas recommended at Lineal Park, and these ones are really those balanced ideas that have taken noise into consideration as well as the needs of the community. On top of that, I did, I'm just really rooting for some playground updates. I have a 2 and a 5-year-old, and I told my little girls that hopefully we're going to hear that we're going to get some playground updates in this annual budget. And we've been working really hard on it, and they're just so sweet. I asked them what they wanted, and they just said a baby swing, a big kid swing, a tire swing, and a slide, and a mermaid castle. I mean, this is a very easy to please group of people, these young children, and they don't need much, but this
Okay,
Parks and Rec.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Beth. Do you want to finish up really fast?
That's it. I just wanted to say, as we're talking about Lineal Park, I just don't want to forget about the playgrounds.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have anyone else online who would like to speak?
One more person just labeled as iPad.
Thank you. iPad, go ahead.
I'm Mr. iPad, also known as Mike Shepard. I've been at a number of these meetings and watched this process unfold. And I would just like to add my applause for the incredible work that was done here and the excellent ideas, the thoughtful gathering of information. It's terrific. And I don't really have any substantive comments about any of it beyond that. I just had a small process point as I have listened to the discussion, and I realize there are laws that govern this sort of thing and what you can and can't do. But I think it would help focus these comments if people in the audience knew the answer to the question that was asked earlier that I know it doesn't seem like are for sure knowledgeable about the answer, and that is, what are you being asked to approve today? Because there are all sorts of fascinating comments that people could have, but it'll save you a lot of time and focus the conversation much more if people know that the answer to that question in advance. Like the idea for the knoll of making it easier to get up there seems like a great idea. It's not one of the things that was budgeted in the plan, because it, I think, is a recent idea, which is why it wasn't budgeted. So who knows what the cost and environmental impact of it would be. That would be nice to know before people talk about approving that, if in fact that's one of the things you do today. So just that small process point. But I really think this is an incredibly great job, and it just kind of thing that makes you happy to be living here and knowing that good people are trying to do good things. So thanks to all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So any more public comment online?
Seeing none.
Okay, and no more in the room? Okay, so we are now going to take it back to the town council. And
You were gonna, you were gonna ask Ben what the action item is.
oh yes, Ben, I think there was a little confusion about what we can and cannot take action on. So if you could kind of tell us.
Yeah, so the agenda is posted to include only consider the recommendations from the Post Commission about the RBSD pond site for development and hire a landscape developer to work with staff on future development of that site. So the presentation, it's my understanding, was given to council from Post to talk about the lineal park broadly, so you understood the context. But tonight, a decision you can make tonight is to direct staff to move forward with the landscape architect for the RBSD site.
Okay, so I have, I want to make an overall comment and then I'm going to open it up for comments and I might say something else. So I just want to start off by saying that that was an amazing presentation. It is an amazing amount of work. We hired someone to do the parks master plan and then Post really took it to another level. So I really want to take a moment and recognize Chuck Hornbrook, our chair, and I want to really recognize, you're not supposed to talk, Chuck. And I was getting there, Chuck. Let me finish, okay? They were in my next sentence. So the next sentence is that to Mike Moon and to Liz Judge, this is a lot of work. And I know I'm speaking for everyone to say that we really want to thank you. And that is my initial comment. My other initial comment is not as happy, but there was a mention of artificial turf. And that is not in keeping with our climate action plan. And it's actually environmentally very bad and not sustainable. There's microplastics. It actually moves does not, it's not in keeping with our climate action plan. So that's the only part that I would not want to see any artificial turf in Tiburon at all. But that's the only unhappy thing. But I'm going to open it up to my fellow council members for comments, and then I'll have my own comments as well.
So I would like to make.
Please go ahead.
Why don't I start? Let me say in the first place that I thought the broader report was really important in providing a context for the particular pond site development. We're considering recommending to the staff that they prioritize the study of this pond site and hire somebody to work with the staff. I think we need to know exactly what he's going to work on. It's a little, I support it in concept, but I don't really know what the direction is that we're giving you. I think some of the things that need to be included are some of the information that is included in the series of reports from Post, which is the alternate uses, whether it'll have impact on the uses surrounding it. When it's actually built, who provides oversight of use of the site? Because if it might be an ongoing cost to joint rec, depending on what happens. Bringing back the cost estimates is important, but I don't have a grasp of what the alternatives would be to developing this site for those particular uses. Are there alternatives that would result in the same use? I just don't have enough information on my own to know that. And we need to know not just the build costs, but the capital maintenance costs of the project, because will be with the town for a long time. And what kind of maintenance will be required by the staff, because that's an ongoing cost workload. So there are all these things that we need to know, and I really don't know how to frame it so that we get the information that allows us to make a go-ahead decision.
Okay, so does anyone else have comments? Jack,
Sure, thanks.
you were jumping.
Yeah, only because, I mean, I think Councilmember Fredericks makes a great point, and I have all night been completely willing to ignore those, and I'm still willing to ignore those concerns, just because I'm so excited to do something. Whatever I say is, I hope, keeping in the spirit of and consistent with the plan and the vision that you have, because I think it's great. But I would love it if, and I don't know if we can make this motion, but in framing a motion, we are very specific about what we want the landscape architect to work on. And the reason I say that, like, I'm going somewhere with this, and it basically is what I would do, left to my own devices, listening to all the people and watching the presentation, is I would love to see us have someone design a volleyball court, 2 volleyball courts for the sanitation pond area. Just so that because it's something we could do quickly, and of all of the objections, almost none of them relate to sand volleyball. With all due respect, Mr. Richmond had a couple objections. I will pick on you a little bit because I thought it was funny that you pointed out that, like, how dare you have posts near the coast when it is a beach volleyball setup? I think that's by definition, beach volleyball is by the coast. Just kidding. Just kidding. But also, right, it's quiet. Beach volleyball is the quietest of all the sports we identified. It is the cheapest to build, the cheapest to play. It requires no equipment, so you don't have to drive people there to drop them off. Kids can ride their bikes there. Adults can ride their bikes there. There's no real infrastructure that is added to the area, and it's unique. As much as I appreciate the want for a basketball court, we have places kids can dribble basketballs. There is no beach volleyball in Tiburon. So for those reasons, I would be really excited to get that flag in the ground and get moving on that. I understand that if we give you guys that direction, there is some consideration with respect to the post team to make sure it is consistent with the other parts of your vision. I don't want to run afoul of that, but I think that we can do that. And obviously there are considerations like when it comes back, what is it going to cost? And will we approve that? I don't know. But of all the things we've heard, that's the cheapest, and we can get going right out of the gate.
I just want to jump in and say, I really like that. I think it's great.
Yeah. Okay, Isaac, did you have comments or?
Oh, sure.
Don?
Yeah, I guess I want to start, I know it's been said, but I really want to emphasize, for Michael and for Liz, it's rare that when you're sitting on council and you're hoping that a commission is doing something, that the commission comes back and blows you away by exceeding your expectations dramatically. So I just want you to know this is not only fantastic work, but it's also just it's actually personally inspiring, and I feel very grateful that you did this. Because I feel like in some ways the master plan was very helpful, but I think it led us to a place that felt kind of stuck. And I think this work really gives us a great roadmap. With regard to the kind of overall, all the plans for all the sites, I think, I have some specific concerns or disagreements with a few specific items, but I will say that the overall impact of the plan in terms of what you put where is both consistent with the spirit of the master plan in terms of the zones that it created, and lays out a really beautiful vision, a really practical, beautiful vision of what the park could be. And so I'm personally grateful, and I think as a council I speak for everyone, but I think we're grateful for this work. And I feel inspired, as Jack was saying, to move forward quickly on,
Yeah.
What is most obviously in front of us that we can just take action on. So I think the motion that I would envision would be directing, as you say, directing staff to engage in the process to get a designer to help us figure out the plan for putting the volleyball courts in a way that doesn't preclude any of the other parts of the plan. So that it, in other words, in a way that anticipates that a basketball court or something like that could be next, so it doesn't, we don't plunk them in the middle of the grass so that nothing else can be built there, right? But and it also echoes something that was said earlier. Trying to find the person who said it. But the idea of taking action and being iterative. I think it was you. And being iterative and seeing how it goes. So the sand volleyball would be a great way to start.
Yeah.
And then we probably would discover things we didn't know in terms of both benefits and problems that we can then adapt to as we go forward with the other things. So I feel great tonight. I think it was really impressive. Thank you.
Okay, so did you want to say something before Isaac, Jack? Okay, Isaac.
So I wanted to go over a couple of things. First thing is to Liz and to Mike and to Chuck and Tim and other Mike who were on post. I think this in the time I don't know, 13, 14 years we've lived in Tiburon, this has got to be the best post ever that I've seen in that time. When I was on post, in my time on post, the town council not only wouldn't meet with us, they didn't even know our names. They had no idea who we were. They didn't know what post was. And I worked with the original post, Phil Feldman, and we had some turnover in post because post members would get so frustrated trying to get anything on town council's radar and couldn't get any attention. So I've got to applaud the work that this group is doing, how they've been so thorough in working with I can't understate how thorough and how much work has gone into working with Tiburon residents. I've walked the path. I've talked to people who have been in Tiburon for 30 years, 50 years plus. And don't let anyone get it twisted. That was a sanitation area. They were processing solid waste that came from Tiburon residents. Okay. That's what that was originally. Okay. And it was pumped over. It's pumped over to Mill Valley. The reason those ponds are out of use is because the pipes are so old that they leaked salt water into the pipes. And so those ponds became unusable for watering McKegney Green. And the old McKegney, before we restored it, was so pitted that no soccer team would use it. And so sometimes we would use it with our kids when we couldn't get access to a soccer field, or we'd use something else. We'd use that field, and our kids would twist ankles. There were giant holes in that field, and so even that restoration of the field that's beautiful now, people fought it tooth and nail, and there was a huge process to get that field restored. So what I would hope that everyone who's here and everyone who's listening to this can understand that is that even that process of making that beautiful McKegney field that we see now from an ugly, pitted, saltwater fed field was like pulling teeth. And so I hope that everyone who lives in those in the neighborhoods, I'm one of the people that lives. I live in Del Mar. It's close to there. It's not quite as close as Tiburon, Knowles, Reed Heights, but I would hope that everyone sort of comes to the table with the sort of spirit of community and the spirit of improvement and wanting these things, like all the rest of us who live in Tiburon, wanting Tiburon to be a better place, wanting Tiburon to be a nicer place, wanting to upgrade things that over 10 years or 20 years or 30 years of deferred maintenance, which all of us have in our homes, and we have all over Tiburon, tons of deferred maintenance. Just wait till the PG&E stuff comes through and we start, actually examining the electrical lines that are almost touching the ground on Blithedale that feed Tiburon. There's tons of deferred maintenance all over the place. So I hope that everyone is appreciating the work that this group has done. I'm awestruck at at all the work that went into this. I support taking the next step and understanding the costs associated with the plan. I think I like the idea of starting small, but I think it's a little bit too small. I'd love to just put it out for bid and do the RBSD, get an idea of what it looks like, what it could look like. Could it be modular? I think understanding what the costs of volleyball would be a part of that for sure, and maybe that's the first step. But I think putting it out for bid for a designer, I would completely approve that tonight.
Yes. Please go ahead.
And not to denigrate that really passionate speech, I think it should be noticed that the idea of buying the ponds, and in fact, the whole Richardson Bay Sanitary District, actually came up sometime in the early 2000s when there was a discussion by that council that was initiated by one of the council members who sat on that board, that perhaps we should start a reserve fund in order to purchase this property because its useful life was coming to an end. And believe me, they waited till it came to an end before they would sell it. And now we have this great idea and passionate support. I think it's wonderful.
I mean, I guess we can discuss if we want, how much, what the scope of the landscape, but
Yeah.
I did.
with the only comment I make though is the broader you make the scope, the longer it'll take and the more it'll cost, right?
I did, did you go ahead? No, you go ahead. It was following.
It's okay. I'm still thinking. Go ahead.
You're still, well, I'm gonna go to a different topic, so you should go.
If you don't go, I'm going to talk again.
I know.
That's the hazard. With the
Okay, so
council.
there were a few things that I did want to talk about in general, just to respond to some of the neighbors' concerns and thoughts. So with the RBSD pond, the site, I was wondering, so I had a couple of thoughts that if we have the basketball and the or sand volleyball, and there is a noise issue, I was thinking maybe there's a way that we could put a sound wall behind it. So we have the advantage of that berm that nobody sees. And I did want post when you're working with the landscape designer or whoever, irrespective of what goes there, I would like to know if they could put a low sound wall in the berm that would block some of the noise. So I've seen it done in other areas. That's one idea that I had. And also, I think that because of the location, it is a kind of an ideal location for a lot of the things that we're discussing tonight, because it's right next to McKegney Green. And so if there's a soccer game and then you have other kids that want to play, another game, whether it's sand volleyball or something else, I think it's kind of a good location. But I do want to be respectful of the neighbors. And I think if we could look at a low profile sound wall there, that would be good. And then there were a few other ideas about some of the other areas, but I'm not gonna go through those now. I can provide them directly to post.
You're still silent over there, Mr. Vice Mayor. So,
Do you wanna
so how
take-
about a motion that we direct staff to solicit for landscape designer firms to craft a plan for the pond site that includes 2 volleyball courts in the most specificity and the other things with more granularity.
What does that mean? More,
We want plans to build the volleyball court, but we want
I think maybe the more practical solution is to solicit bids for designing either the sand volleyball courts alone or the entire site as described by the plan, but then we can compare the two prices, right? So
Oh, that's a great idea.
in other words, you put out a bid saying, what would it cost to do the sand volleyball courts? What would it cost to do the whole site as described here? And
I love that.
Yeah,
and then we'll know if it's a lot more and really complicated, then we won't do it. But I think what Isaac said earlier is probably right. I don't think the incremental cost of including the rest of it is probably going to be very much. So we probably should just plan the whole thing and then build what we want, right?
And I would include the longer term costs too. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
for sure.
it's
Maintenance costs.
Maintenance
Costs.
and construction.
And I do want a sound wall looked at,
Yeah.
because that would.
But
be a
I'm
way
just saying
to
that he's going to come
address
back
Yeah,
with
some of the
bids for
neighborhoods.
right.
Right. That's right.
I have some
Right.
concern.
I do think that makes more sense
Should we make a
because
motion?
the incremental, well, Alice has.
Well, I
something.
keep
Yeah.
seeing the town manager shaking his head.
No, I'm not shaking my head up.
Okay.
If there's a problem with that proposal, just let us know.
I think it's overly complicated. I think if you simply went with the motion as more or less as written, I think what I envision is a process of, normally in this type of process, once you hired a firm, they would give you some very early renderings of different possibilities, right? Like it could go here or there or there without putting a lot of work into the engineering
Okay.
part of it.
So the motion could just be, let's direct staff to investigate and
Alternatives.
hire a designer to
Well, we would come back to council for, eventually you would approve the
proposal to
contract.
hire a designer to design the site as proposed by.
Yeah, that sounds great.
With the inclusion of a sound wall.
Well, I have
Yeah.
some reservations about the sound wall because
I don't think we want to be that specific at this stage.
Can we just,
the problem is you need a sound engineer to tell you if it's going to do anything because of the hills and whatever.
I think we could probably just bounce a ball and go to Mr. Richmond's house and see if you can hear it.
To
right?
reject or, we don't have to reject or accept
Yeah.
it at this point. It's just a general.
It's a general concept that should be included. We're not, deciding on anything now. It's an option that we should look at.
I think it's easy enough
Out of
to ask.
respect to our community and our neighbors, we should look at the option.
I agree.
So-
And I think the engineers, we simply say, when you're designing this, factor in
Yeah.
the sound
Strategies for-
implications of anything you're doing and any mitigating, efforts you could.
Can I make a motion? Can I make a motion?
Please
No, I thought you just.
Please don't shout from the.
Oh, did we?
Okay.
Did
Can I
you
make a
close out
motion?
the motion? Just go.
Yeah, so that's so moved.
Well, I would
I
like
just
to, I would
wanna
like
make
to edit.
sure that we actually get a sound engineer to look at the feasibility of these sound walls, which is not going to change what you're going to do now, just to make the public aware
Oh,
that we will investigate whether needed.
If I may.
Can we use the language in here? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we make a motion to prioritize the RBSD pond site for development and to hire a landscape designer to work with staff on future development of the site? Is that
Great.
Great.
I thought we were
Okay.
just talking about the volleyball courts.
okay? We got to moved in a second.
second,
It expanded
The whole thing.
just to the whole plan.
But we can
To the
subsequently,
whole
we
lineal
can,
part, to the pond.
Just the ponds.
we don't have to, it's not to construct it. It's just to
Yeah.
get a plan. Just,
I don't know what I'm voting for, so I'm going to abstain.
okay. And
I like
to everyone listening about the sound wall discussion, I just want to explain that will be part of this. It will be something that is looked at, okay? So I don't want anyone to think we're not including anything, and this motion now includes everything that Post discussed regarding Richardson Bay sanitation ponds.
Yeah,
So-
and the process will continue to be public.
Yes, it'll all be public. So we can't,
I think that's what the designer will present.
okay, so I'm gonna take this
we
back
are-
to the
yeah.
council. There's a motion on the table
In a second.
and a second, so we have to vote now. So could you
Yeah.
please call the roll?
See, we're building it?
The motion, okay, I'm gonna ask people in the audience to not talk right now. We will be available to talk to you, as will staff after.
Can-
So once public comment ends, we just
we
can't. have
restate?
people-
Can-
We're gonna restate the motion.
Yeah,
Sorry, 1 second. It is to prioritize the RBSD pond site for development and to hire a landscape designer to work with staff on future development of the site.
Okay, so that is the motion, and there is,
There's a second and we're ready.
there's a second, and we're ready to vote.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Abstain.
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wellner,
Yes.
and Mayor Thier.
Yes. Okay, so the motion passes. This will come back to the town council probably 2 or 3 times because the bid comes back to us and then any recommendations will come back to us.
And the action is to hire a landscape designer to design
But the public's done now, right?
for today,
Finished.
for tonight.
I mean, do we have no more input into this?
No, you got
the next-
input the whole way through.
We haven't decided to construct anything.
There's been no decision other than to hire a designer.
Why is it just volleyball and basketball?
It's not.
That was what was in the
Okay,
presentation.
so
But there was a picnic area. I
Okay.
mean, it's.
If I may, we're done with this item. Public comment has closed on this item, and I suggest either we take a recess or we move on to the next item.
okay, we will take a quick recess, 5 minutes.
Recess. Would you offer that?
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna be signing off here from New York. Good night.
Is it Quentin? Oh, Cam. Oh, my God, Cam.
Okay, we are going to get started. If I could have everyone take your seats. We are now moving to the public hearing number 2. Public hearing number 1 is actually continued by request of our community services director. So public hearing number 2, I believe we have a staff report.
Yes, we do. And in light of the time, I'm going to try to be as quick as possible so we can get to public comment. I do appreciate everybody that's been waiting all this time. So what you have before you tonight, Mayor and Council people, is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval, amending a conditional use permit, that's CUP 2025-001, to permit amplified music during events at the Landmarks Art and Garden Center. Next slide, please. So what we're showing you here is where the garden center is. It is on 841 Tiburon Boulevard. This site was originally a single-family residence, and it was converted into a museum and administrative offices in 1997 through a CUP. And the CUP also granted the use of the property for special events, such as weddings, receptions, and gatherings. The original CUP prohibited amplified music and limited use of the public address system to one microphone. Next slide. So this was brought to our attention in late 2024 when staff was contacted by a resident regarding the conditional use permit and the fact that there was amplified music at the Art and Garden Center during these events. We had never received any complaints or any other kind of requests or for information or inquiries regarding this conditional use that I can find on record at all. So we confirmed through research that the amplified music was in fact not permitted during special events. They were allowed to have a mic, but the music itself was not to be amplified. So staff quickly met with the Landmarks representatives to clarify the CUP. They were also unaware of that. And Landmarks then turned around and worked with us and submitted a CUP to amend the original CUP and allow the amplified music to request amplified music. And as part of this exercise, the Landmarks did go ahead and do what we would call a mimicked noise study, where they put together amplified music and had various noise readers throughout the property to determine what the dBs were for this. And they'll go through some of that tonight. We brought Landmarks to Planning Commission, and we went through the history of the use, the typical schedule, timeline events, the existing and proposed neighborhood outreach, and the findings of the noise study. And there was a great deal of public comments, as you'll hear tonight as well, voicing support for the amendment, as well as concerns regarding noise, frequency of events, and other impacts to the adjacent properties. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to go through here is just to talk to you about the Planning Commission hearing. What was presented to the Planning Commission was an application which spoke only to an amendment of the amplified music within the existing CUP. None of the other conditions were looked at or requested to be amended by the Planning Commission or by staff as presented. So the Planning Commission went through the process, did review, spoke very in depth about what was going on at the site. And they approved the amplified music with 4 amendments. They didn't just amend that one condition. And the amendments were as follows. The amplified music shall be permitted during the outdoor events held on the subject property, but in no event shall continue beyond 8:30 p.m. and shall not exceed the 60 dBs when measured to any property line, and that's how we measured our noise. Other amplification or public address systems for lectures or other speech activities shall be limited to a single microphone and shall not exceed 60 dBs when measured to any property line. And on-site monitoring is required to verify compliance. So at every event, they're supposed to be doing that with the sound level and ending time. So that amended condition 6. Then they added 3 new things. One is that all guests must be off the subject property no later than 9 p.m. And the vendors must be off by 10 p.m. And that is new. And that rental deliveries and pickups shall be limited to Mondays and Fridays. And an informational update of the CUP regarding the amplified music shall be received by the commission within 3 months. We have a scheduled meeting to give the planning commission an update in June, on June 11th, and a full review of the amplified music and related conditions with the possibility of further modifications shall be considered by the commission no more than 9 months after approval. So we will be meeting with the planning commission in November to look at that. So it'll be after this wedding season time. We will meet with them to look at any modifications that might be necessary. So after the planning commission made that, go ahead, next slide.
Dina, I just had a question.
Yes.
Does that timeline impact the ability for the location to book weddings for next year's season? So if you were to wait until November to come up with a decision, or December, when do they start taking bookings for next year?
You can ask them that question, but my understanding is it is at their own risk that they would do that. We didn't preclude them from going ahead and doing that, meaning to book for the next time. I think it was of great concern to the landmarks, how they were going to do that and what risk they would take or not. They have had weddings, people who have canceled their weddings as a result of all of this CUP activity. So they have had a few of those. So in answer to your question, there was they weren't precluded from doing that. It was definitely something that was discussed. In other words, the commission said, we understand you have all these other people under contract up to this November date. We're going to have to review and look at any modifications that may be necessary. We did not prohibit you from doing any other contracts. Next slide. So after the hearing, an appeal was filed by a neighborhood collective on April 7th. And their detailed concerns were related to the permission to allow amplified music, noise regulation and monitoring, hours of operation, adequacy of the sound study documents provided by the applicant and reviewed by the Planning Commission, capacity and number of permitted events, parking, pest control, and future scheduling. And with that, sort of looking at frequency of events and allowable days and hours of operation. Talking as quickly as I possibly can. So what I will do, and which we normally do as an appeal, is go through the grounds for appeal and the staff response. I'll try to be as concise as I possibly can, looking at the lateness of the hour. So the neighbors requested that the council direct staff to have an independent engineer and neighbors' concerns be reviewed by the town engineer, and ask the landmarks to adequately address them in a complete study. And staff's response is, the noise study was conducted prior to the event season, and the commission evaluated all the documents that were submitted in advance of the meeting, including the letter by an independent engineer. With more data and as part of a 9-month amplified music review, the Planning Commission may at that time consider a more comprehensive sound study is necessary. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with a condition to reduce allowed sound levels to below 55 decibels during the 2025 year and onwards, especially when combined with crowd noise. The commission considered the noise element of the town's general plan in discussing noise levels at the landmarks. For residential zones, noise levels of 60 to 70 dBd is conditionally acceptable. The commission approved the music and conditioned its approval on the noise not exceeding the 60 dBs. Next slide, please. The appellants request that the council amend the resolution with the condition to have landmarks cone off the immediate neighbor's driveway 50 feet on either side of the driveways on Tiburon Boulevard and 10 feet on Gilmartin. The existing CUP includes a condition to shuttle parking from an off-site location. So required to both leave and come to the site via a shuttle, and you park off-site. The portion of Tiburon Boulevard in front of the subject property is within the Caltrans jurisdiction, and so we would have no way in which to condition those cones. And public parking on Gilmartin is permitted since it is a public street. Landmarks noise study recommends no more than 8-inch, that more than one 8-inch speaker directed towards Tiburon Boulevard. The Planning Commission did spend quite a bit of time speaking about sizes of speakers and how many should be allowed. Ultimately, the commission concluded that a condition regulating noise rather than the size of the speakers is more effective than limiting the dimensions of the speakers. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with a condition to have landmarks stipulate in their contracts a disclosure about this being a residential neighborhood and that ceremonies could potentially be impacted by noise from neighbors working and playing in their yards or by neighbors' events. The landmarks provided a template for a music and sound contract for events that includes the following. The Landmark Society venues are situated in a peaceful residential neighborhood, and both renters and musicians and DJs are required to comply with the town of Tiburon sound ordinance. Musicians and DJs must coordinate with on-site event docent to ensure sound levels are appropriate for the area. All speakers must be directed towards Richardson Bay and may not face the surrounding homes. So that's already being addressed. The neighbors request the council amend the resolution with a condition to have the landmarks contract with a pest control company to install stations along the neighboring fences to mitigate rodents intrusion to neighbors' yards and maintain them monthly throughout the year. The decision, as I stated earlier, was to look at the amplified music and whether or not to permit that amplified music. The Planning Commission then conditioned its approval of amplified music on a 9-month review to assess, after additional data gathering, whether further mitigation or additional conditions related to amplified music are required. They did not look at the pest control. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with a condition to have Landmark limit the 2025 weddings to 18 maximum committed, but refrain from signing any new contracts for the 2026 season until the neighbors' concerns are adequately addressed and agreement is reached. The neighbors also request that the 2025 resolution is made probationary to be evaluated in September 2025 by staff before the CUP is renewed for the 2026. A CUP is a discretionary land use entitlement that allows, specific to findings and conditions, a use that is not permitted by right within the zoning district. Once approved, a CUP is governed by due process, meaning it cannot be revoked or modified without notice, a hearing, and evidence. Periodic reviews to assess compliance with conditions are appropriate, but they do not give the authority to reapprove or revoke the use absent a legal basis. If necessary, the commission may add or modify conditions to address amplified music or any nuisance causing use related to amplified music at a reviewed schedule, as I stated earlier, in November. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with the condition to have landmarks limit the 2028 amplified events to no more than 2 non-consecutive events, maximum per 4-week month, to a maximum of 14 amplified events per year to allow for space in between events. At the hearing, the commission indicated that they did not have enough information to determine, given the amplified music, if there should be a change to the number or frequency of weddings. At the 9-month review, the commission may, if necessary, consider further amplified music-related modifications. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with the condition to have landmarks reduce their 7-day-a-week schedule in the summer such that no weddings are held in the same week as the 5-day a week ranch summer camp. And that answer is similar to the one in which I answered before, which is the commission may consider that amendment in our November hearing. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with a condition to have Landmark set a cap of 75 attendees for all events. The commission's approval was related to use of the amplified music during the weddings. The decision before the commission was to amend the CUP to permit the amplified music, not to modify the Landmark's programming. In November, the Planning Commission may consider further conditions or restrictions. The neighbors request that the council amend the resolution with a condition that weddings last no longer than 6 hours maximum and that amplified music must be limited to 90 minutes. In connection with the effects of amplified music, the commission imposed various conditions, including requiring that all guests and vendors leave no later than 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. The commission also added a condition requiring a vendor to drop off and pick up the drop off and pickup are limited to Mondays or Fridays, further limiting the time in which activity takes place on the property on event days. In November, the Planning Commission may consider further amplified music related modification to determine appropriate operations at the site. So now what we have before us is a recommendation, and staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing on this matter, deliberate and then consider adopting one of the options, deny the appeal upholding the commission's approval, and direct staff to return with the appropriate resolution for consideration of adoption at the next meeting, grant the appeal overturning the commission's approval and direct staff to return with the appropriate resolution for consideration of adoption at the next meeting, partially grant the appeal by modifying or adding condition to the commission's approval and direct staff to return with the appropriate resolution for consideration at the next meeting. Alternatively, remand the item to the Planning Commission with specific direction regarding any aspect of the project needing further review and deliberation. The commission's decision would once again be appealable to the council. And with that, staff is available for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? Okay, then I'm going to go now to the appellant. The appellant may make a presentation of no more than 10 minutes and then respond to council questions. The appellant may divide up the 10 minutes between various speakers. And when you're answering our questions, it's not part of your 10-minute time limit. After that, the applicant will also have an opportunity to speak. So we will start with the appellant.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, and you guys are amazing. We're here so late. Dear honorable council members, I am Cam Shadan at 849 Tiburon Boulevard. I have lived and volunteered in Tiburon for years and was asked by the neighbors to lead this presentation. I'm also a licensed professional engineer and a former design review board member in Tiburon. We understand the sacrifice you're making by being here, and we thank you for your service. Before I start, I would like to dispel any myths about our appeal. We are not against Landmark's mission. We are not here to stop Landmark from having events. All we are saying is for a reasonable number of amplified events has to be there, not unlimited number of events. Our collective, as shown in this picture, is all surrounding neighbors, all of them, every one of the surrounding neighbors, not one neighbor, all of them. The Art and Garden Neighborhood Collective consists of all 7 immediate neighbors surrounding the center, many of whom are present here in the audience. Some had to go to take care of their kids. We formed because Commission's CUP resolution March 26 did not account for our rights and concerns. The CUP allows an unlimited and frequent number of events. Our goal, quick, here we go. Our goal, next one, please, next. Our goal is simply to be able to enjoy our homes and during summer months. And as expected for any residential R1 zoning without commercial-like disturbance. As homeowners and taxpayers, we have rights for privacy and quiet enjoyment. Next. Some background I think is necessary. Ms. Newman donated her property for use as an art center and to preserve the gardens. Since then, the center has become more like a commercial-like wedding site. Landmark used amplification despite the 1997 conditional use permit that strictly prohibited amplification of all music. Landmarks did not hold a meeting with us before the commission meeting and did not accept our invitation for a meeting before this council's meeting, which is very unusual. Revenue and fundraising, next, please. Many of us have been members of nonprofit boards and organizations. Unfortunately, Landmark seems to be increasingly reliant on income from weddings held at the Art and Garden Center to its neighbors' detriment. To blame us for reduced revenues is misplaced and unfair to us. Landmark can pursue many other types of fundraising, including the ones that we have listed here. Next, please. Other venues do not have permit for outdoor amplification music. A blanket conditional use permit with unlimited amplified events is unprecedented in Tiburon and is contrary to the purpose of use permit in a contested application such as this. Next, please. The neighbors ask that you do not break this precedent. The Planning Commission resolution is deficient. It accepted a deficient sound study at face value despite another sound engineer basically saying that it missed the right assumptions. Did not put a cap on the number of weddings in 2025. Did not address the frequency and the spacing of weddings, did not address crowd size, did not, include specific neighbors' concerns who were all there, did not limit Landmark's bookings for 2026, which is really unfair to Landmark and us because it puts us all in a kind of an impasse situation. Next, please. I just want to say before that one is that the Planning Commission put one condition, and that's to review for further action in November of 2025 is too late, too little, since most weddings for 2026 would be booked by then, leaving the town in the same predicament as the commission found itself in March, having to grandfather the weddings that they had already contracted. Staff report. Staff reports also is misleading on two areas. Staff did not recognize that the use permit is essentially an exception to zoning regulations allowing uses that are not by right, but require specific scrutiny due to potential impacts on the surrounding area. And that is all neighbors who were all there at the commission, who are all here or on the line or at home taking care of their babies now. Both staff and the commission did not recognize neighbors' feedback that comes from an actual experience, past experience, present experience, and did not address the limiting Landmark's wedding for 2026 season. Now I give it to my fellow neighbor, Amanda.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Stevens. I've lived in Tiburon for over 20 years and at 835 Stony Hill for 8 years. And I'm going to, next please. Some of the concerns and requests that the neighbors still have for 2025 have been mentioned in the staff report, so I might go through some of these quicker. The first thing is the independent sound engineer found that the landmark sound study was really incomplete and misleading because it did not include crowd noise. So the request that the council consider crowd noise as an additional factor. The 60 decibels listed as the maximum ambient sound level. You will see on another slide the measurements that neighbors have taken on April 6th and May 10th weddings at the lowest level of wedding activity it does show more than 60 decibels. So in practice, what is happening is not adherent to the 60 decibels. And that's been since the Planning Commission meeting. So neighbors are requesting, yes, that the CUP specify a maximum level of 55 decibels to account for sound that is crowd noise and amplified music. So the neighbors have purchased their decibel meters to monitor. And next, please. So on April 6th, the decibel readings next door to the center between 430 and 447 range from 69 to 73. And on the other side of the center between 230 and 238 ranged from 64 to 73. Next, please. On May 10th, readings further away from the center also showed above the 60 decibel level. And also on that same day, multiple cars improperly curbed are shown parked on both sides of the street. The only time we really see parking of this nature is during center events. And yes, Gilmartin is a public street, but it is not very wide and not really sure if a fire truck could get up through that area. Next, please. Next slide. In addition to the traffic management, neighbors have experienced in real life issues being able to actually get out of their driveway or have line of sight. So that is why the neighbors are requesting the CUP specify coning off those areas. And let's see, I think next I will just kind of go a little quicker on some of this. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, you are there. So the neighbors are requesting that the condition be stipulated in landmarks contracts, as we said, regarding the possibility of the impact from us being outside in our yards. The landmarks has actually contacted some neighbors to ask them not to be in their own backyards during the ceremonies. Pest control has already been mentioned. Yes, we would like to see that the neighbors are requesting the CUP specify the limit for 2025 weddings to be the 16 currently committed. Next, please. A big thing really is the frequency of weddings here for us that is really unprecedented and has grown significantly in the past few years. The town has not issued a blanket CUP for amplification to any other entity in Tiburon. And normally each event is applied for separately, including by neighbors, to have their own outdoor. Each CUP should stand on its own merit. Last year, Landmarks held 20 weddings. This constituted 20 out of 30 possible Saturdays in the months when neighbors want to enjoy outdoor activities as well. CUP is normally issued for one event at a time, but as a compromise, neighbors request that the CUP specify maximum number of weddings not exceed 14 from April to October 2026, spaced only on alternate weeks. I know I'm probably running out of time, but next, please. Next. The cumulative effect really is what I want to just end on, that there's also 7-day-a-week events often with the ranch summer camps and open studios on Sundays. And so we're requesting that the CUP specify landmarks reduce that 7-day-a-week schedule and that no weddings are held on the same week as 5-day-a-week ranch summer camp. I apologize that I've gone over. I will you have the slides, and next there are some, we do have.
Thank you so much.
We want to thank you for this.
Thank
We're
you.
open to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So at this point, we will see if there's any questions from the council.
I have a question.
Isaac, please go ahead.
Are there any requests or conditions? I think you kind of hinted at this, but does Landmarks, I could imagine, maybe, I don't know, playing volleyball or something like that in the middle of a wedding ceremony might not be the best for an event like that. Do they give you a heads up, or do they make requests over email for, oh, we're going to have a quiet ceremony during these hours. Would you mind accommodating something like that? Do they ask neighbors for quiet hours during a wedding?
Yes, there have been emails requesting that from neighbors. There is notification of when an event will be happening, but it's usually only, and that's to a larger neighborhood collective, only since the planning commission. Before, it used to just be to the two contiguous neighbors. And even that notification is only a few days ahead. And we've never really been given a schedule ahead of time to know what's coming this season, et cetera. And, not even knowing what we can plan ourselves or ask for, because sometimes it's like 11 Saturdays in a row.
We were given a schedule this time now for this season. The problem is frequency of the weddings, right? So even if they give us notice, just imagine every Saturday your next door neighbor have a wedding. I mean, then, during afternoon hours, we have to worry about being quiet because they have their ceremony. And in the night hours, we have to be impacted by their DJ music.
Right.
So it's really, at the end of the day, is just having to live with this 3 Saturdays potentially a month is unacceptable in R1 zoning. So all we are saying, we are offering a compromise solution. We are not saying take a use permit for each wedding. We are saying do 14 per season. Let's agree on 14 and space every other week. So that way we can plan around you. If you're going to have a party or we want to work in our yards, we don't have to worry about interrupting your wedding.
Okay, yes, please, Councilmember
Just a
Fredericks.
quick question. I know you have the decibel meters, and they've showed that the noise exceeds at some point. At the times when it's around 60, is that acceptable?
Well, the decibel meters we have measure about 60 to 70 during ceremony, meaning where they're doing their oaths and all that. So I don't have any measurements during DJ music. So that during ceremony, when noise sporadically goes up, like spikes up, maybe that's acceptable. But during ceremony, what's not acceptable is us having to put everything aside and be quiet every Saturday. 3 Saturdays potentially, but during DJ music, it's very high.
To amplify, then if it's during the ceremony, it's probably during the quietest time of the event. And so even then, when it hits 60, it is still a disturbance?
Well, when the crowd noise comes in, it could be disturbance.
I mean, it's hard to say exactly what like 60 decibels is to, that the actual ear. And it's not that some of why there've never been police, calls to police or anything is we actually are all friendly neighbors. We like celebrations ourselves. We've hosted, school events. So people aren't really saying like, you can't ever go have an event and go to a certain amount. There hasn't been a lot of consideration this entire time that has been in violation. Like, we kind of just thought we had to live with it. And then we found out it was in violation. And then we said, okay, well then if we can start fresh and have a new CUP, how can we balance this together where landmarks can, host these events? But it is really like a nonprofit operating commercially in a neighborhood. And so we just really request a look at all of the issues that 1997 CUP was never reviewed. Like,
I understand that. I was just trying to get a sense of what 60 decibels meant to you.
Can I answer specifically?
I'm sorry.
He's part of with us.
So specifically, does it disturb us? Can we hear it? Well, disturbing, that's a relative term, but specifically what I wrote down is that regularly we hear every speech, toast, and announcement. and there is 60 minutes of dance music after, which we have yet to monitor because we've been away. I think this weekend there'll be an event, but I can hear the names of the people, exactly the testimonials. So we're not trying to listen to the event and who's being celebrated, but yes, it's very audible, and that type of noise is disturbing, even sometimes more than just a soundtrack playing in the background.
So you're saying 60 decibels is still
It's very audible, yes, very much.
audible and disturbing are two different things.
It's relative. If you're in a good mood, it's not disturbing.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any more questions? Isaac?
Yes. From a process standpoint, or either before or after the planning commission meeting, have the two groups met together and sort of discussed compromise or a middle ground here?
I have to say that as I mentioned in my presentation, before the planning commission hearing, there was no outreach to the total neighborhood to come together. Let's have a meeting. Let's see what we can work out. After that resolution, we reached out to Landmarks and invited them to meet with us. They said, no, we just want to go through the process. That's very unusual based on my experience.
Very originally, two neighbors, even before the planning commission, two neighbors did meet with Landmarks in their office, and we were actually the ones that notified them that they were not in accordance with their CUP. And so we, wanted to talk to them about it. But that was before the planning commission. Since then, we have not met with them, but we have requested it.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are going to hear from the applicant, who can make a presentation of 10 minutes. And please go ahead.
Hello there. My name is Mark Freiberg. I'm a volunteer, and I also happen to be the vice president of the Belvedere Tiburon Landmark Society. I'm here tonight to provide our response to this appeal to our conditional use permit. And I'm going to move pretty quickly because there's a lot of information to share and I only have 10 minutes. So can we go to the next slide, please? Quickly, what is the Landmark Society? In case you don't know or may have forgotten, we are a not-for-profit California public benefit corporation. Everything we do is for the benefit of the public, particularly on the Tiburon Peninsula. Our mission statement is written there, but basically it means we operate museums, archives, we give lectures, we host camps for kids, concerts. We operate and maintain 4 local historic properties, 3 of which are shown on the left there. They're between 135 and 160 years old. So you can imagine the cost of just maintaining those properties, but you don't have to imagine it because we wrote it on that slide. Under each one is the annual cost of maintaining the properties. The archives is located at the boardwalk. It's not a historic building itself, but it houses a lot of historic materials, and the cost there is so high because that's where the staff salaries are shown. We have 3 part-time staff. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 4th property is the one we're focused on, the Art and Garden Center, which is the oldest existing structure on the whole Tiburon Peninsula. It was built in the 1870s. In 1995, the couple that owned it and developed the gardens bequeathed it to Landmarks. The organization at that time, Landmarks, in 1998, put a boatload of money into the facility to make it accessible to the public as an art and garden center. And that provided an opportunity to have outdoor event options, which have been very popular with people that want to have garden daytime weddings. In fact, typically in a year, these weddings bring 2,000 visitors into Tiburon, many of whom have never been here before. Many of whom stay at the lodges and hotels and eat at the restaurants, and they all go out to party downtown after the wedding's over. Other activities that happen here on site include gardening, surprise, plein air painting, summer camps that I mentioned that are for the children from the ranch nonprofit. The operating cost annually to maintain this facility, $73,000. That's an important number to remember. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at last year's operations. I've a number of times heard that there were 20 weddings last year, and every time we mumble to ourselves, that's just not true. There were 17 weddings last year. There were 2 other outdoor events, so for a total of 19 events, 17 weddings. The average size of those weddings was 91 people. They ranged from 50 to 150, which happens to be the maximum that were allowed. The revenue per event was around $5,000 per event then. And all but one of those did include amplified music. Well, you say, wait a sec, your permit from 97 said you can't have amplified music. So why is that happening? Well, as we all know, every wedding needs to have music. And when it's an outdoor wedding, it usually needs to be amplified music so they can hear it, particularly at this location. I would also say that the initial 97 permit was primarily focused on the design and construction of the facility. And yes, when we were notified that, hey, there was a permit in the file in 97 when you constructed the site and revised it, we too saw that, oh my gosh, it says we can't have amplified music. We believe there's been amplified music at every wedding since it first opened in about the year 2000. And so why is this? I think because weddings require music, an outdoor wedding requires amplification, and I assume the staff at the time thought the permits for building the place are over, stick them in the file. Certainly that information was never handed down through the years, through the many turnovers in volunteers and staff. But perhaps more importantly, next slide, please, there were no complaints. There were no complaints for many years. In fact, it wasn't until recently when we really dug into this issue that we went through the town's files and saw that there was, the first complaint actually came in 2014 to the town, and we have no record that the town ever notified us. So of course, we didn't do anything in response. We didn't know about it. We did get our first complaint in 2016. A neighbor asked if we could please move up the end time of the music from what had been 9 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. We did that for them. We did that, and we've maintained it at 8:30 since then. As soon as we made that change, we had 5 couples cancel out. They said 8:30 is too early to end the wedding music. Since 2022, we've had a neighbor move back into the area who had been away for a number of years. And since then, there has really been an ongoing exchange of communications about noise. And we've done what we can. We keep looking for other things that we can reasonably do. We've reduced the summer camp that the kids are there from 8 weeks down to now just 5 weeks. We've expanded our neighborhood notification that was talked about. We do provide a schedule now to everybody. That's a recent expansion. I'll acknowledge that. We've strengthened our contract. We make it absolutely clear their security deposit is at risk if the event is too noisy. And we're looking at what we can to continue to make adjustments where reasonable. In March, then, we went to the Planning Commission and said, gee, there's been amplified music here for weddings for a quarter century. We'd like to continue it. It's essential to what we're doing there. And we're willing to pay for a professional noise consultant to come in. They said, well, you know, technically you can't do this at a wedding because you can't have amplified music at the wedding. So we were forced to do a simulated wedding event. That's why it happened that way. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission, we thought, did a very reasonable job in hearing our position and hearing the position of all the neighbors and reading their input. Considering it, they took a bit of time to come to their final solution for this year, and you already heard that they allowed the moderately amplified music to go forward for this year and put a constraint at the fence line of 60 decibels. They also put that 60 decibels on the amplified speech, which had always been allowed in even the early permit. They required on-site noise monitoring, which we volunteered we could do. They said, great, let's have on-site noise monitoring at every wedding this year and come up with a noise monitoring plan that we will review and approve. We've now submitted that. It's in their hands for review. They came up with the interim update to the Planning Commission in June and the full review in November. because I can save some time elsewhere due to the staff report, they also put some constraints in there because we offered up that we were already making these adjustments, that guests must be off the property by 9 and so on, that rental deliveries would be on Monday and Friday. We had already made that change. They said, great, we'll just write it into the permit. That's why those came on. In response, the neighbors formed this newly formed collective now and have filed this appeal, and that's why we're here. Let's go to the next slide. So first off, before I get into the specifics, I just want to remind us all that Tiburon Boulevard is known to be the primary source of environmental noise in Tiburon. This is from the town's general plan, and you can see Tiburon Boulevard just standing out. The next slide will show me doing noise monitoring on our site inside our gate when there's nothing going on our property except me standing there. And notice it's almost 70 decibels from roadway noise. This is very complicated site acoustically. Next slide, please. So let's quickly go through these. The request to have a town engineer review our reports and do further studies to include crowd noise. Well, our reports are available. Certainly the town engineer can do that. We're doing further studies. We're recording noise data on every wedding this year, and it does include crowd noise and singing if they break into song. Reduce the maximum fence line level to 55 decibels. Well, I'll tell you, that's not supported by any data in the general plan, and it is not workable at this location. Our attendees will not be able to hear the music over the traffic noise. Next slide, please. Limit the speakers to the amplifiers to like 1 8-inch speaker. Tent the dance area. Consider silent disco. With the boundary condition of 60 decibels, there is no need to micromanage the technology. Tenting is inconsistent with a garden wedding and ineffective and extremely expensive for couples. Silent disco is laughed at by couples. Requiring music to only be 90 minutes, that's not acceptable to any couple that wants to get married. You need gentle music as people are even being welcomed to the place and so on, and while they're dining. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip the others because we're out of time. Next slide, please. If you want to ask questions, you can. We have only booked weddings in 2025. We cannot in good faith book weddings for 2026. Of course, we haven't moved forward, even though I guess we could have. For 2025, we've had couples walk away because they can't live with the uncertainty. So if you will go to the last slide, please, then we're asking you to deny this appeal and let us work through the process, the thoughtful process that the Planning Commission has come up with. Let us do the weddings for 2025, allow these couples to get married in Tiburon as they've planned, and for us to have the full review with the Planning Commission in detail in November. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bless you. Do we have questions from the council? Okay, I have one too. Go ahead.
So, I have a sort of a complicated sound question, which is teed up by what you showed us there. So, if the ambient noise from Tiburon Boulevard is higher than 60, and the music coming from your site at the edge of the site needs to be 60 or below, is there a way when you measure sound to measure the sound of your music? Or are you just measuring ambient sound and it's always going to be too high?
All we're able to do is measure the total sound level. And so what we're doing so far, and this will be discussed with the Planning Commission in detail at our update next month, is we're taking a 1 minute, when we go to take a reading, we're taking a 1 minute interval and we're noting the high, which is when there is traffic on Tiburon Boulevard, and we're noting the low within that 60-second interval, which is usually when there's a quick break in traffic. Because there's no traffic at that point, we consider that to be the noise that's coming from our site. That's the best we can do. There's no magic button to say remove traffic noise from the measurements. The traffic noise is not continuous along Tiburon Boulevard.
right,
And, you know, I've heard it described as white noise, as if it's like a constant
On a freeway.
It's not.
Yeah. Okay, so, all right, so I just want to repeat what I think you said. So basically, you wait for the sound to dip, and that's when the traffic noise you say is the lowest.
I'll tell you the meter readings, and I'll say I'm a certified industrial hygienist. You can look up what that is if you want, but I've done a lot of sound level monitoring in my career. I'm retired now, so I'm no longer certified technically. But the meter readings are varying with traffic. That is the principal noise source on any of these properties that are adjacent to Tiburon Boulevard. Look at the town's general plan
All
document.
right, thank you.
Yeah.
Isaac, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Isaac. Just a clarification.
Yeah.
So the measurements of sound, where they're regulated are near their neighbors' property lines.
Yes.
But it looked as though you were showing the traffic noise at the border of landmarks near the street.
That was just to illustrate that as you approach Tiburon Boulevard and that the noise goes up. That was not a reading that we noted to say, okay, at this fence line, because that was not a fence line measurement.
That matters.
So
I am taking,
It
and it's
doesn't-
me doing most of this work since I was a certified industrial hygienist, but I'm
comparison between the 60 decibels that they are asking for, right? Unless I misunderstood you, you made it sound like the traffic noise would be additive to whatever the music noise is, but in fact, they are taken at two different points. The traffic noise is by the street and the music and event noise is by the border to the property.
I'd say, Alice, that's a little bit of an oversimplification. You can't say the traffic noise is by the street.
No, I'm talking about where you took it, where you took the measurement.
Where that picture was taken? Is that what you're asking?
You reported that you took a traffic noise measurement, right?
I've taken many, yeah.
She's at the one that you showed.
The one that I showed where it was almost 70 decibels, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, that happened to be standing near our front gate. That was not a fence line measurement that goes into our
So
reports.
my question was, how does that reflect the noise? You were implying that there's this background noise with respect to what the neighbors would sense.
Mhm.
But the constriction on what you're supposed to produce for the neighbors is to be measured at their property line.
Right.
So it seemed like a fairer comparison of traffic noise would be taken at their property line as background noise instead of at their property line rather than your property line near the street.
Yeah, well, we have plenty of measurements of both types, but the measurements that we're going to be providing to the Planning Commission and we're going to be focusing on are the property line measurements, which wasn't what I was showing in the picture. It's just,
I know, I found it very
I'm sorry.
confusing.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to show that across the property in general, and that's not only our property, that's our neighbors who are also off of Tiburon Boulevard, or to some extent, anywhere in that whole area, Tiburon Boulevard noise travels. And if you can see Tiburon Boulevard, you're definitely hearing Tiburon Boulevard, and it's definitely registering on our noise meters and on their noise meters. So all those pictures that you see, I would say, a large part of that, the vast majority of that noise that they're measuring is probably roadway noise. I'm not there.
Yeah, I know. I just thought the particular measurement you showed didn't demonstrate that very well.
I'm sorry. It was just illustrative of what traffic noise is.
Okay, so Isaac, you had a question?
Yeah.
I have a couple. So one of the questions I asked the appellants was about what requests that Landmark asks of the neighbors during the ceremonies.
Thank you. Yeah, in fact, the neighbor who spoke to that, I don't think we've ever approached them about be quiet, please, during our service. Is that what you're getting at? When we're asking our neighbors to be quiet?
Yeah.
That has specifically been, and I hate to say the word, pickleball. There are pickleball courts at some of the adjacent homes, and we have at times asked if they could refrain from playing pickleball during the wedding ceremony.
Okay.
It's been limited to pickleball.
Okay. So All right. And then the next question is I noticed that the cost to maintain the property is about 75 or 79K a year.
Over the last 2 years, it's averaged 73,000 roughly a year.
And if you're generating $5,000 a wedding, right?
Mhm.
You're doing 15 weddings a year, that's $75,000.
So the request from the collective is to have no more than 2 a month, which would limit it to 14 Saturdays. Weddings happen on Saturdays. Okay, so that would be 14 Saturdays out of a 7-month wedding period, which is April through October. But then they also put in there, oh, and don't have any events around those weeks where the ranch kids are on site. So that brings it down to 12, which means we would get $60,000 worth of revenue. And at that point, the property is operating at a loss, in addition to not providing any funds to support those other properties. And everybody involved in the, we're having to do contingency planning for what if we had a restriction like that put on us? What would we do with this property? Would we even continue to own? Would it make sense for us to own it? And I think everybody involved in this issue needs to be thinking about that kind of thing when they push for certain restrictions.
All right. When does your wedding season begin?
April.
And then when does it end? End November?
End of October, we have a November 1 wedding right now. And if I may just elaborate a bit, one of the requests was to have a September review of the permit rather than November. I don't know, I mean, I appreciate that they are thinking that that will give us more time to book weddings than in a hurry for the following year. But we really would rather have all the data from this wedding season and then do the review. So it needs to stay at November.
And has the number of bookings been consistent since 2000, or has it gone up, down? Did COVID
Well,
have
we
an
had a
impact?
pandemic dip from which we're recovering. But I think, and I'm going to ask Phil Cassou, the president of our organization. I think, Phil, you were saying that in the year 2000, there was just as much revenue coming from, is that right? Yeah. We actually don't have a count of weddings back then, but if we look at the record of money brought in, it implies that it was the same level.
And has the price been the same since 2000?
It's gone up.
Phil said gone up for the record.
So, and you can probably guess why I'm asking so many questions. In addition to my question about whether or not you have met with the neighbors and tried to come up with a compromise, have you explored increasing the price of the weddings and reducing the total number of weddings?
We're talking about all different kinds of options. There's a marketplace for weddings, and some of the requests again are limit the number of attendees to 75. There are certain things that just take you as a venue out of that market. So it's something we've talked about. Yeah, and Patty has the details here.
Patty Flax, I'm the executive director of Landmarks, and I would like to add something to Mark's comment about raising the pricing on the venue. We have thought about it. When we are compared to other venues, one of the things that makes our venue look less expensive, but in reality not be, is that we require our guests to be shuttled to the venue. It's a big cost. Or if it's a smaller wedding, they have to be valet parked. So you have to bring everything into this venue. We're not like an art and garden center that has tables and chairs and all of those types of things. So we're priced competitively would be my answer. So if we raise the price, we wouldn't be competitive. And we have raised the price since my tenure. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, thanks. You want to grab a chair? Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, and I guess we heard staff say the pest control issue is off the table, but I just want to say all food has to be removed. There's no food that stays there, and we have a pest control service that we paid for, so.
Okay, I had a question. So some of the neighbors were saying that the noise was above the 60. during the ceremonies, are you having noise monitors at the fence lines
Yeah.
during the ceremony?
It's me with my sound level meter going to the fence line.
Okay, but
Yeah.
are you?
Calibrated sound level meters
Let me
recommended.
finish.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the same readings that the neighbors are seeing?
Yes,
What readings?
due to the
So you're
traffic.
seeing 70.
Again, what we've proposed as our technique here, the way to subtract traffic noise component, which is the primary component, is to, in essence, wait for a break in the traffic. And then what is it reading at that moment? That's the noise of that's the best we can do of the noise of our event. So we I allow myself 60 seconds. During the 60 seconds, you see it all over and I can hear the traffic come and go, the cars whiz by and it peaks high, and then there might be a momentary break and it drops low. Meanwhile, our wedding's going on, the music's playing. There's that I grab as that's what our source of noise is. That's our sound level.
So Mark also did readings of just traffic noise on the property, at the property lines. It's a slide that you didn't have time to show. And just to give you an idea of how tricky the space is, you can get a sound reading of traffic at the top of the property line that's over 63 decibels just because of the topography, I guess. So where there is our parking lot, where you have the front of the property and then you go to the very back of the property, you're still getting 63 at the very top of an acre property. So the traffic is not just at the front where Tiburon Boulevard is. You hear the noise. And I'm sure the neighbors know that too.
Okay, so your readings like during a wedding are they ever at 60?
Do you mean above 60 or?
The fence line, are they ever at or above?
At the fence line, they are sometimes below 60 and they are sometimes above 60. The times when they're above 60, it's traffic going by. The times they're below, it's a break in the traffic. If it's ever at 60 and above during a break in the traffic, I instantly go to the DJ or the speaker and I say, turn it down.
Okay, so you're at every wedding.
I'm at every wedding. Yeah. I don't even know these people. I mean, they're good looking couples, but I mean.
Okay, and then I'll have a question for staff, but I'll hold it until council questions are done. Go ahead, Alice.
Yeah, no, I just following up on that.
Yeah.
So even though I sat through the planning commission meeting, it's not clear to me how these 60 decibels are going to be measured. Are they over periods of time? So it's an average over some specified period of time.
That's a very good point. It's a very technical point that I would plan to get into with the planning commission.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I guess my message to you is I would ask, don't insert yourselves in a very complicated discussion and study we're having with the planning commission. And they've really devoted a lot of thought and time to it. That'd be my request.
Well, we would like to make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May I add
Thank you,
something
thank
too?
you.
Add one quick, or no, that's fine.
Yeah, you could, one thing if it relates to, well, it's in response to a question, but
So one of the things we discovered during the sound test was that music at 60 decibels is pretty palatable. And this is not scientific, but somebody who's been at a lot of weddings. But speeches, and speaking to Mr. Weikel's point, at 60 decibels are irritating. And so I can appreciate that. So one of the things we learned from the sound test was, okay, at this level, the DJ can, play at 60 and that's pretty mild. But at the same level, a speech is really annoying. So we now can tell our DJs when there are speeches going on at weddings, which there always are. Okay, now you need to take it down a notch for the speeches because I get it.
okay. I have one more question. So, and I'm going to ask everybody this question. So with respect to the meetings that were there any meetings that happened with the neighbors outside of the planning commission?
Yes.
Yeah. So, starting, I believe in 2022 is when the Whitekells first contacted us, and Kimberly and I had multiple meetings. Phil joined some of them. We also had multiple correspondences. And then we did have a meeting with Amanda and Kimberly after they discovered that our conditional use permit did not allow for amplified music, which was a surprise to us too. So we had meetings, and I would like to speak to your point about why we didn't meet with them after the planning commission meeting. We felt that they had made their requests so very clear, and we felt that perhaps we were at an impasse and in the middle of a process, and we wanted to go through the process with the planning commission because they had been great communicators and said what they were expecting of us, and we felt that it was a challenge for us to meet all of those expectations.
That's why we wanted to meet with them, is to see what their position is, and with respect to our requests.
I think in our previous meetings.
It's off, sorry. We can't keep going. So thank you for the response to the question. And now we are going to move on to public comment period.
Yes.
Is there any public comment?
Okay, my name is Jean O'Corn, and I live across the street from the China Cabin. So I also hear events there. And, you know, my husband and I just kind of go with the flow. Because first of all, I'm a volunteer at the Landmarks. I'm the head docent at the China Cabin. Helen is the head docent at the Old St. Hilary's. Bill is the head docent at the Train and Ferry Museum. And we can tell you that our sites are very, very important to the history of Tiburon, Belvedere, Marin County, and Northern California. And if we cannot have events at the Art and Garden Center, which support all of these sites, we will probably be left to sell this property. And if that's the case, it would be a real tragedy for everybody because this is the history. And also, I think you need to realize if we sell the property, what will be built there? And it would be a big, probably 2 very large houses. So, you know, I just don't want you to lose sight of what we're all about here, what this is about. We're not just having parties to pay salaries and bonuses. We're having parties to support these sites. Okay, please.
Thank you. Thank
No,
you.
it's not.
I don't, hey, we can't do this. We cannot
Okay,
go
well,
back and forth
if-
like this. Please do not.
That's fine. If he
respond.
wants to feel that way and has no sense of history and his children
Okay,
and
okay. Please, we're not going to fight with each other here. I'm not going to, it's late and I know everyone's hungry and tired and wants to be asleep. So let's just do the best we can to finish the hearing. And then we have 2 more items. So I welcome all of you to stay for the rest of the meeting. So do we have any more public comment? Yes. Helen, please come up.
Hi, I've been associated with the Landmarks for over 2 decades, from the Beverly Bastian days, for those of you who have been around that long. And this was before the railroad ferry building was leased to be used as a museum. And it was also before the Newmans moved out of their home and donated it to Landmarks. So those 2 historical buildings have been added to the original 2 of Old St. Hilary's and the China Cabin. And as Mark so appropriately mentioned in one of his slides, the cost to keep these old buildings maintained is horrendous. And every year there's some new thing that's found that we have to find thousands to keep them going. So please consider letting us have enough events at the at our sites in order to keep these historical buildings afloat. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
May I comment?
I think there's a there's
I-
a rebuttal at the end, right?
Yeah, there will be a rebuttal. There will be a rebuttal. Okay, so do we have any public comment online, Lee?
Seeing none.
Okay, then we are now going to a 3-minute rebuttal. We start with the appellant,
Yes, Carl.
and you will have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Carl Weichel, and my wife Kim and I live at 835 Tiburon Boulevard, adjacent to the Art and Garden Center. We lived there since 1985, and we formed the Neighborhood Collective as we all came by much surprise that this season, that all these years of patience and tolerance, we've got the responses, well, we just didn't know the permit was there. Can you appreciate that our sensitivity to this indifference to our own concern is heightened? And furthermore, and I hate to use this expression of tone deaf, and I don't know whether I'm tone deaf for this whole topic or our neighbors, but they have presumed that what they've been doing for all these years have been perfectly right. It's their entitlement. And we have not really heard one sympathetic approach to the noise and inconvenience to our families. Now, when we look at this summer, we tolerated that, but we're looking at 3, 5, 10 years down the line. And right now, there seems to be no compromise by the Planning Commission or anyone to bring them back into a compromised situation. And as we brought up in a previous slide, there is not one entity holding public events in the Tiburon Peninsula that have amplified music. And I belong to the Community Congregational Church up at Rock Hill Drive. We have an agreement with the neighbors. After many years of stressing on this, we will never have amplified music outdoors, only with closed doors inside. And again, at TPC and any other church facilities, there's a neighborhood respect there. Regarding the comment about the only complaint started now, well, you know, we're all people that have had families and weddings. We respect the institution and how those family gatherings take place. Would we want to call the police just because we're inconvenienced? No, we won't do that. But to hear, this is even more disturbing, this highly professional study that was proposed to be $5,000 that broke their bank. Now we're hearing the vice president, who's going to be out there at nighttime during the wedding season, during the disco music being played, and we're expecting an honest system. We thought with these monitors being there that we had a recording literally for 4 to 6 hours event that we could see in a chart to make it all agree. This really makes us concerned. So, you know, on that closing, all I'm asking for is a respect for us as neighbors. We only formed together. We have no other agenda other than to get peace and quiet in our neighborhood. And we just would hope that the town council will respect our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
I'm going to try and get through this. Patty Flax again. As the executive director of Landmarks, I want to express how deeply saddened I am by the current situation and what's at risk. We do have empathy for our neighbors. We have been meeting with the Weichels for 2 years. We have made significant changes in the way we hold our events. And so I do feel that we have empathy for our neighbors. You know, this is a newly formed collective, and I understand why it's been formed. And we've heard a lot about how negative our events are for them, and which, again, I understand. But I would hope that as a group, they would consider the broader community benefit that we provide. And I've been told in meetings with the collective that we gain nothing from these events. But the truth is, everyone in Tiburon and Belvedere benefits. The funds raised by the Art and Garden Center are essential, not just to the property itself, but to the other historic buildings that we support. These are costly responsibilities, and the Landmarks carries them for the community gladly. Just a perfect example of this is we just paid $42,000 to paint the Donahue Museum building, which the town of Tiburon owns, but we maintain and operate the Ferry and Railroad Museum there. So one of the things that is talked about is all the negative aspects of having us as a neighbor, but there's a very positive one that hasn't been mentioned, and that is that 87% of a year, we are absolutely quiet, as if we are not a neighbor. So 13% of the year is when we have our events, we have our ranch camp, we might have a holiday arts and crafts sale, we have plein air painting once a month. So those fit in that 13%. And that's counting a 12-hour day, not a 24-hour day, of course. So I would hope that they would also recognize that. You know, the restrictions that have been asked of us, if adopted, will essentially end events for us. Nobody wants 90 minutes at a wedding. So with that being said, our board has to have a contingency plan, and they have been talking about the possibility of selling the property. And I would hate for the community to lose this incredible asset. Give me a moment, I'm regaining my composure. So, you know, then if the property's sold, again, to a private individual, the community loses the asset, and then they get a full-time neighbor who can have events any day of the week till 10 o'clock at night with outdoor music, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'd like to say in closing is, at Landmarks, we generally strive to be respectful and responsive neighbors. We've listened and made meaningful changes in the way we hold our events. And the reality is, without the funding these events provide, I don't see how Landmarks can continue to support the property. So there's a lot at risk here, and the ripple effects could be enormous. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, so now I am bringing this back to the council. And
just to be clear, you're closing the public hearing.
I'm closing the public hearing, and we're bringing it back to the council. I did have one quick question for Dina. Was there any separation of noise or any idea of trying to separate the noise at the planning commission?
Not sure I
How the
understand what
reading-
you mean by.
Well,
separate
basically,
the-
there was a lot of talk about traffic noise versus wedding noise. Was there any, I know in very sophisticated sound studies, we do separate those out.
Right.
There's
So
a
there-
baseline
there-
and then we separate it out.
Right. There was no discussion such as that of course is something that the planning commission could consider either at the update or in November to look at that, because I think based on what you're hearing tonight, that might be something that we could do. And I look to the attorney, but I think we could look at that as a condition tonight as well.
Well, in addition, was there any discussion of who was doing the noise monitoring? Was it supposed to be just done by
We needed to get-
anybody, or was it independent?
It was supposed to be data provided to the planning commission. It was not specific, such as what you're saying. So I think it is appropriate to look at something more specific even tonight that can be added as a condition so that the sound study is conducted in that manner. We either separate the noise of the traffic along Tiburon and the music, the amplified music, so to speak,
Okay.
and the crowd, sort of the event itself.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
Yes, yes.
So this is a question to staff. So remind me again, what actions are available to the Planning Commission on the review in November?
They can make modifications to the conditional use permit.
And what modifications? Can they modify the hours? Can they modify? The
They did that
attendance?
at this time as well. They modified the hours. So
I
they
know. Can they further modify these variables at the November?
They can modify any condition that relates to the noise. So,
Okay.
they can, if noise continues to be a problem, they can make mitigation measures for that noise.
And then back to Holly's question with respect how the noise data is generated. Is there some kind of standard over what period of time the data needs to be generated to reflect what's going on? That is not something I feel competent to talk about, but there should be some agreement about that.
The sound engineer would have to provide us a scope of work of how they're going to
So it'd be
conduct
the
those.
standard of
Yes,
care for an
exactly.
engineer. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. Um, no one's going to start. I can start a little bit and then I'll let people jump in. So I will tell you that at the town council, this is our least favorite thing to do. Because whenever we consider an appeal, we have to make a decision and some people are happy and other people are not happy. So I'm just going to start by talking and then my council members can interrupt me because everyone's tired. But I just want to talk about a little bit about the whole situation. The Art and Garden Center is a very, very important nonprofit in our community. When I saw the numbers tonight about how much the weddings are supporting all of the different historic sites around Tiburon, this is a very, obviously very important and critical nonprofit for us. The weddings also do bring people in and allow for our businesses downtown to also get a lot of revenue and this is all things that we're trying to do and bring to Tiburon. The part that makes me sad is that I feel like there's a rift between the neighbors and the Art and Garden Center, and I wish that there was a way that everyone could come together and maybe not agree to everything, but maybe there's a couple things just so that there isn't a collective and everyone lives happily ever after, which is what I would like to see. I think that some of the noise monitoring stuff is a little troublesome because I think it's really hard to figure out what the noise is. The types of projects I work on are very, very large and there's a ton of money. So our noise studies are done very precisely, but it is a lot of money. And I respect that, you're trying to get readings. Everyone's trying to get readings, the neighbors and Art and Garden Center, but maybe there's a neutral way to have someone just do some sound monitoring that is a little more, just someone may be independent so that there's not the issue of how do you separate out the traffic noise, because I know that the people that do the readings usually can just do that. They know how to do it. So that's just one thing that I think is a little I'd like to see if there's a way to deal with that. And I do think that I would also like to see if there's any chance after whatever happens tonight, because I don't know what's going to happen, but that the neighbors in the Art and Garden Center can get together and maybe they can come to a wedding, or I don't know, no. But just a way to bring the community back together again.
So yeah, I do. So I would say in general, I'm probably the council member who least likes to second guess our commissions, and typically affirm what they do because I feel like we take great care in selecting them and we put a lot of faith in them. And while we spend a lot of time reviewing the material that comes before us, they're the ones who really focus on the data in a way that we can't at a review like this. But I would say in this case, probably for the first time, I don't think this is fully cooked. And I think, I guess what I think is that we should send it back with instructions. And the particular issue that I'm focused on, there are a lot of things that the neighbors have asked for, and most of those things I believe probably are impractical and aren't compatible with continuing to operate the center. However, I am disturbed by the lack of clarity around the measurement of sound. And I think what was described, while I know that uh, you know you're a certified or previously certified sound engineer, I think that when there's a dispute between parties, having one of them self-report, particularly when it's a little bit of a loosey-goosey method where we're kind of looking at the numbers and waiting for them to drop and then saying, oh, I think the traffic's low now, so I'm going to use this number. There's something about that that I think is unsatisfying from an enforcement perspective. So I think what I would suggest we do is send it back with instructions for clarity around how sound will be measured and to ensure that it is a third party that does the measurement. Because I don't think you can have a situation like this with self-monitoring. And then on top of that instruction, I suppose I would add a little bit of instruction around seeing if there are more points of agreement that can be found between the parties, but just it's not something that I hold out a lot of hope for because I think there's a lot of rancor here, but I think at a minimum, we need to clarify the way sound is measured.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, so I'm gonna take an approach it differently, but maybe end up in the same place, because my instinct was that just in terms of evaluating what the planning commission did, does this appeal coming to us, did the planning commission do anything wrong? And as Mayor Thier said before, normally appeals are terrible because we make a decision and then one side wins and the other says, but this decision by the planning commission was super interesting in that they basically said, you got to come back anyway. So my instinct was to deny the appeal, but be very particular about the way the planning commission evaluates this next 8 months or whatever it is. And one for sure is the sound. I'm very concerned with that. Obviously things like the condition is they can't have more than 100 guests or 150, whatever it is. If there's 153, that's more than 150, but like somehow the sound meter thing is, we can't rely on numbers, and that's frustrating to me. So if we could see sort of like the continuous 4-hour period decibel reading as taken by neighbors and as taken by, and make sure the plots line up, like it would just give us a little more confidence. And I don't know how to impose that as a condition, but I certainly would like to not directing the planning commission, but tell the planning commission that at these subsequent reviews, these are the things that they need to insist on seeing and evaluating, because I think that all of the other neighbors, the neighbors' other concerns are legitimate and they deserve to be heard on these. But I just think it can be done at the reviews and we don't have to remand this decision to the planning commission, if that makes any sense. But that's just my instinct. And
Okay, Councilmember Fredericks.
And I agree with that. We don't have any standards right now to direct the planning commission beyond what they have already recommended, and there will be another review in November. But like you, and as I've said before, I do have some reservations about how the sound data was collected. And it really isn't the fault of anybody. There's considerable research that standardized sound engineering data simply does not reflect experience all the time. In order to do that requires very sophisticated research techniques, but it's the best we can do, and that's what we have to rely on. And the question is, over what period of time, where, and when these measurements are taken. So I basically agree with Jack.
Okay, Isaac or John?
I just want to add something, which is that, I mean, what I thought before I heard how the actual sound measurement was being taken is that there would be a monitor, like a machine
Yes.
that records the sound, and then that is the data that is used. And one could then quibble about what the data means. I mean, if it goes up and down, one could say, well, the ups are traffic, and someone else could say, no, the ups are guitar solos, right? So you don't know what it is, but you could argue about it, but the data would be an objective piece. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't doubt that the sound analysis is complicated, but I'm a lawyer by trade, and I do know that when two parties are in dispute, you don't let one take the measurements. That's just not how it works.
So Isaac did not get to speak. What?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I figured.
I have a completely different understanding of what's going on here than I think what my fellow council members do. What it sounds like is both the landmarks and the neighbors are really passionate about this, and I think both are trying their best to do what's right for their organization. And I think what it sounds like is landmarks is worried about getting into the red on this property. And I think the neighbors have just had it with the noise. And it just doesn't seem like there's, rather than going down the path of severing the relationship and putting it on paper and having rules, and then the neighbors are going, that doesn't sound like, that sounds like 65, and going over by the fence line and measuring it and then going, you guys are over 65. This will never end if we go into metrics. I've got to believe that there is some sort of compromise in this. I don't want to second guess the planning commission either, but I have to think there's a deal that can be worked out that doesn't require sound studies and all this other, and my kids would say, you're doing too much. I think there's another path forward. I might be wrong, but I would like to see the two groups work this out and maybe go back to the planning commission with hopefully something that they've worked out, rather than like us becoming sound engineers or trying to find a $150,000 sound machine we can rent that will separate out, Maroon 5 from the traffic noise on Tiburon Boulevard.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
I just want to give the staff, I think, had an idea, so I'm going to let them talk and then we'll come back and council members can talk as well.
Yeah, I wanted to just add some clarity into what condition 6 as proposed by the planning commission requires. Because I think it gets to what Vice Mayor Wellner's, some of his concerns. The last part of 6 says on-site monitoring is required to verify compliance with the sound level and ending time. The applicant shall submit a noise monitoring plan to the community development director for review and acceptance. So in those two sentences, they have to come to the town for a plan that we think is adequate to do the noise. You can also tinker with that condition tonight if you want to uphold the appeal and amend the condition and require a third party to do that sound noise plan. Or you could also, make sure it's clear it's a third party, whether it's paid by the applicant or the applicant hires that person directly or reimburses the town. That's one option in that condition rather than sending it back to the planning commission. You can also do that. But if the goal is to get more data for the planning commission to make a decision in November.
So in other words, what you're saying is we can send it back for consideration, or we can uphold the appeal and change this one particular condition. And what I would do if we did that is I would change the condition to require that the sound data that's provided to the town must either be by a third party or by some kind of recording machine that isn't subject to interpretation, right? So I don't know what language that you would use, but basically so that the data is objective. And I disagree. I happen to disagree, I think, with Commissioner Nickfar. I like what you're saying, but I just think I've heard the positions. I think there's a lot of difference between them. And I think that kind of sending people back to say, I want you to really try and work it out with feeling this time. I don't know if that's going to work.
I don't think they have. I don't think there's been a conversation yet, but I'm also concerned that you're inventing a process that doesn't exist.
I just think that you can't rely on, all I'm saying is that you can't rely on one party to tell the other what the sound was.
I agree, but I don't know that this machine that you're describing exists, that you can like put on a fence line and then it records like during the wedding for hours without, maybe someone turning it down
I
or.
think they do. They have continuous monitoring that just graphs it, but.
All right.
Have to have just.
Okay.
Talking right now. Okay, so would anyone like to make a motion? Who wants to make a motion?
Well, I mean, the way to address, in my view, my suggestion, the way to address Councilmember Nick Farr's concern with us coming up with a scientific approach that may not exist, that would suggest that we should send it back with instructions to clarify the sound measurement and let the planning commission figure it out.
So in the meantime, we live with this wedding.
Okay, I cannot have anybody talking to us from the audience, and I'm really sorry. I'm going to tell anybody who talks not to talk to us.
I mean, one
So
observation I would,
for the council.
one observation I would make is that while I understand that this has come to a head, this is not a new problem. This center has existed for decades, and now this issue has reached a head, and we're trying to work out a solution. But the idea that it needs to be, that a solution must be implemented immediately when there's a lot at stake is not very convincing. We have to figure out the right solution, not the immediate solution. So, my main concern is the measurement issue. It sounds like your main concern is figuring out a way to get the parties to work something out with each other, maybe. But I'm just skeptical that in this case that will work. But I understand the motive.
I'm concerned that we're watching a snowball roll down the hill, and it's going to end up coming back to us 30 more times. If
Might
we
melt.
But the only way, I mean, what the planning commission has proposed after deliberation is a set of limits. And one of the limits is consistent with our noise ordinance, which is that at the property line, it shouldn't exceed 60 decibels. And I think our noise ordinance might be some 60 to 70 or something, but that's consistent with what we have elsewhere. That's what the TPC has to live with, I believe. That's what everyone has to live with. And so saying that they have to live with what everyone has to live with is not revolutionary. It's actually what we should be saying. And the only problem I have with it is you shouldn't measure your own violation.
I think the noise one is clear, but I think to me, what I'm hearing is there are 17 weddings. We want it to be 14. I haven't heard anything in this process, what we're talking about right here.
I think the gap is far greater than that. If it's a 3 wedding difference.
I heard 14 and I heard it was 17 last year. I heard we want 14. We want it capped at 14.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think your point is that there's not agreement.
I don't think there's that big of a gap. I think there's a
not-
lot of passion, but I don't think the gaps are that big.
Okay, so there's 2 possibilities. I think, Jack, go ahead.
I just want to mention though, again, the
Yeah.
planning commission did in their motion volunteer to see this 2 more times in the next 8 months. And it does unfortunately leave you stuck with the weddings over this summer. But going forward, it doesn't necessarily. And And if we're going to sort of impart or read thoughts into things that nobody said, I think the planning commission in that 3.5 hour meeting that I watched, like they were saying, we have to honor the contracts that they've signed for this year. But in November, they're going to say, look, are we going to grant this? What are we going to do about the conditional use permit going forward? Like, I think that was at the back of their
But there's
minds.
no reason why we can't tweak the condition to require it not to be what was described.
I agree. Yeah. Like
I mean, immediately, not wait until November. That's the only thing.
I agree that so that's a good question. But when in the language that said they have to submit a sound plan, how do you decide if the sound plan is sufficient?
I'm just saying we add criteria. To
Yeah,
that.
no, I agree.
Right.
I would suggest that as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. But and so to do that, would we have to deny the appeal?
We have
or
to uphold it with that
uphold the
change.
appeal with the
We uphold it with the change. And we uphold okay, I'm going to explain to the members of the audience because I see a lot of looks. So the only way that we can make any modification to what the planning commission did is if we uphold the appeal. That doesn't mean we uphold the entire appeal.
Right.
That
Just
means
do-
that we can change that one thing and when they've asked for you guys to submit a noise plan, basically is what they're asking for. How you going to measure the noise? Then the town council can say, we want to make sure that the way that you measure it is in this way and some criteria. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the entire appeal. We're talking about that one aspect of the appeal. And then I think also counts, there's another thought that of trying to get the parties together. So those are the two things we've been talking about. But that's not the entire appeal. But the only way we can put our ideas in is if we uphold the appeal.
I mean, one thing we could do with regard to, and I don't like this idea, but I'm just going to propose it because it might go in the direction of what Isaac is asking for, is, I mean, we can continue this hearing and come back at our next meeting and direct the parties to try and work something out in between. I just think that will fail.
Well, I have another idea. What we could do is when we send it, if we decide we want to add some criteria into the noise plan, we could also ask that the parties meet once and but not have them come back to us, have that meeting and the results go back to the planning commission.
Well, that's
on a
different. That's
future
sending
date.
it back for further consideration.
No, it's not going back to the planning commission. It's that they would report it back to the planning commission, the results. So they would not come back to us again because the planning commission is pretty much in charge of this process and is continuing the meetings with them.
Okay, all I'm saying is that if we uphold it and modify it, it doesn't go back to the planning commission. It just is done
Right.
until November.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. So that input would go back. If there was an agreement, they could go to staff and staff could take that agreement. Is that right?
You can also, recognize whatever you do tonight, it's direction to bring back a resolution at your next meeting. So you can make it clear that you expect between this meeting and the next meeting for the parties to meet. And if they reach a settlement, then we can
add it in.
You can add in at the next meeting.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Yes, I think that would be.
Okay,
would
thank you.
be-
Yeah, forgot about the
Okay, yeah,
resolution
that's
part.
great. Okay, so I do think that we have
So
a
do we need
motion.
do we need to vote or are we directing you and then we'll vote on the
No, we
resolution?
need it sounds like from what I'm understanding, the motion would be a motion to partially grant the appeal with the edits to the condition that you want to see edited. And then
Right, and the
Okay.
edits would be that there be some kind of objective way to measure the sound, whether it be hiring of a third party or the use of a machine.
Well, okay, let me try to clean that up a
Sure.
little. Two lawyers in the room. So I think the motion would be to partially grant the appeal And can you read the language again that's already in for the noise?
Condition 6, which says, the last two sentences, I think, are the part that you want to look at. On-site monitoring is required to verify compliance with the sound level and ending time. The applicant shall submit a noise monitoring plan to the Community Development Department for review and acceptance. And you can say what that plan should or include.
So then it could be a third-party noise monitoring plan if you just edit it to third party.
That's one possible solution there too.
What's the second? We don't know. I mean, a third party would use a
It
machine.
either needs to be, it either needs to be objective data measured automatically by a machine, or it needs to be a third party doing it.
But a third party would have to do the machine. The machine can't just go by itself.
Okay, then a third
Yeah,
party.
yeah, it would be a third party. And that the parties shall meet once on all other,
Well, we were just gonna give them an opportunity to do that before our next meeting and not put it in the condition.
Correct. That should not be in the condition.
we shouldn't add that in?
No, that's not a
Okay.
condition of approval.
Okay, then that is just the council's attempt to try to have happy neighbors. Okay, so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so call the roll.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Nick Farr.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wellner.
Yes.
And Mayor Thier.
Yes. Okay, so we're not done. Thank you, everyone. We are going to continue the
For your
meeting.
service.
Thank you. We're going to continue the meeting. We're going to go rather quickly. I'm going to go to the Diversity Inclusion Task Force item while people are talking. That is action item A1. We have considered this prior, so I will try to have us do this. So I'll start. Is there any public comment on action item 1? Do you see any online?
Seeing none.
There's an ongoing meeting, please.
Okay, so action item 1 is to consider.
If you guys are gonna speak, please leave the room. Thank you.
Okay, so action item 1, A1, this is what we discussed earlier. It's considering approval of the expenditures for the events. So I am going to recommend, I'm going to make a motion that the town council approve 1 through 4.
Can I make one amendment?
Yeah.
To the Juneteenth, we
Thank
got
you.
we got a new number during the
Yes, what was
DITF.
that
It
number?
was 13,497.
Okay. 13,497 with the 1 amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Before we put the motion
Thank
on
you.
the table, can I please make a comment?
Sure.
And it's just what I made at the DITF meeting. So we have one event that is asking for more money than the amount of money we have given. And in fact, at the last meeting, we were pretty assertive that we wanted that particular event to stay within the $8,000 budget. I think it's awkward for the council to be in a position to have to recommend different amounts of money, especially when some of them are above what we set as an average or a limit. And I would like in the future for us to consider asking the DITF to simply generate a budget and let them make the decisions about how to divvy up the money rather than coming to not the decision to make recommendations, rather than putting the council ultimately in the position of giving some of the events more money than others.
Thank you, Alice. I agree with you completely.
Yeah,
Well,
I do
and-
that too.
It should be the same amount for every event, and that's how we should do it.
I would just point out that as the council right now, we have the ability to change the amount to be 8,000, just like every other.
We do, but it's very awkward to say, okay, you get.
Yeah, and
14,000,
we
you
should
don't,
not be
and you-
changing the amount.
You only get 8,000.
I know, but
The event is
only
in
one
a few
event that
weeks,
exceeds
John.
it, right?
Alice, John's saying technically,
fix it.
even though we're on the DITF and we recommended the 13,000, we could say, no.
could say
we cha-
8,000 now.
We're doing 8,000.
I know we could, but I would like to see the ITF take some responsibility for divvying up the money.
Okay, so there's a motion. Any more comments?
I already seconded it, by the way.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wellner,
Abstain.
and
God.
Whoa.
the mayor here.
Abstaining. Yes, sorry. I'm
Thank you.
a yes, I'm not abstaining. Okay, so now we are going to the last item. And I think that you probably get a medal tonight, David.
Oh, what?
You, Ben, Lee, and Greg get a medal. Oh, Francisco, you get a medal. We all get a medal. We all get a medal tonight. Okay.
Thank you, council members. I'll go pretty quick on this. We're here this evening to award the Paradise Drive Rehab Project.
Yeah, no, it's midnight.
So the summary here this evening is to authorize the town manager to approve the award of contract for the project to Argonaut Constructors, Inc. for $1,472,837.50. And also authorize the manager to approve construction contract change orders up to 10% of the construction cost for unforeseen construction issues. And also authorize the town manager to approve the construction management services contract with Pavement Engineering, Inc. in the amount of $193,375 for that project. This right here is just you've seen this here. It's a pavement condition index, 100 being brand new street, 0 it's failed. Currently right now, Paradise Drive's PCI is 50, right there on the poor line. We currently have 36 center miles of roadways here in our network. 1.97 is arterial. Paradise Drive falls in the arterial. It's about the section that we're going to work on is about half a mile. So that's in that arterial section. Breakdown there shows that, we have 36 center miles altogether. A majority of our streets are residential. And our current PCI that we just received from MTC is 75. So we went up 1 point from last year. Again, a little breakdown here, pie graph that shows where all of those conditions fall, and that's based on the 2024 PMP update that we received last month. Again, 55% of our streets are in good condition, 13% in excellent. We're working on the fair, poor, and the failed these upcoming pavement seasons. This right here shows the area, the location. We're going to start right there at Mar West next to Sanitary District 5 and repave all of Paradise Drive, 2,800 feet, 0.53 miles, just to our the county limit of near Agresti Way. The engineer's opinion of probable construction cost for this project was $1,675,000. Project was put out to bid on April 14th. We opened bids publicly on May 8th of this year. We received 3 proposals, 3 bids. Argonaut Constructors, $1,472,837.50, low bidder. Madura Gelati, $1,715,715, and then after that, JV Lucas Paving, $1,732,318. This is a breakdown. 2024, fiscal year 25, we expended already $141,607 for the design, $44,400 was the survey. What we're projected to, and we had $200,000 in our CIP for that design, so we came in about $14,000 under. Fiscal year 25, 26 that we will come back to town council here in July or in June. We're projecting, again, $1,472,837 for the bid. Construction management at $147,384. or contingency, I'm sorry, and then construction management, 193,375, totaling $1,813,146 for that project. The proposed budget here, again, staff checked all the contracts. The contractors, great. We checked all the references. They've done a lot of work here in Marin County. The proposed CIP budget, again, here, we broke it out. We broke it down into Tiburon Street Impact Fund of 800,000, some change. RMRA funds that we must use, 225,000. Transportation sales tax of 221,000, and the gas tax of 532,900. I just want to let Town Council know that this project is included in the proposed fiscal year 26 CIP that Council will formally consider as part of the budget approval process here in June on the 4th. And awarding this contract today will essentially pre-approve this project for FY26. And again, the recommendations to authorize the town manager to approve the award of contract for Paradise Drive Pavement Rehab Project to Argonaut Constructors, Inc. for $1,472,837.50, and also authorize the town manager to approve construction change orders up to 10% for unforeseen construction issues, and also authorize the town manager to approve the construction management services contract with Pavement Engineering, Inc. in the amount of $193,375. And with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions?
Just,
Alice?
just a quick one. So I know somewhere along Paradise Drive, there are segments that are actually county, and that there's some comity in how these things get. So are any county segments in this, and how is that handled if there are?
So we are staying totally out of the county site on this. On the previous project that we did last year, it was advantageous for the county because we were paving near them, for our contractor to pave, and then they directly reimbursed us, and in some cases paid the contractor to do the work. So since we're close to that area, they may want some extra work there. We notified them already so that we may have the same arrangement as last year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wellner.
So in the proposed CIP, is there other paving work?
This is the only paving work for this summer, this project.
But in the proposed CIP, is that just for this summer?
That's just for this summer.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Can I ask one
Yes.
wonky question? In the specs documents, can you put like a scale on all the maps instead of saying 1 inch equals 1,000 feet? Because if you're looking at it on a different device, like you don't know what 1,000 feet is. Can we just have a scale?
Absolutely, yes.
No, Jack, just because you asked, we're not having a.
What a very specific thing.
That is a very specific thing, because
One
if you're-
question, David, is there a map of town roads with the PCI score?
Yes, and I can forward that over to you. We just have finished our
Thank you.
PMP.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to move to approve this item.
Okay,
Second.
we need to do
Oh,
public
wait.
comment first.
Yeah, public.
Is there any public?
comment?
Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay,
Okay, now I would like to move that we approve this item.
okay. Why don't
second
we
again.
take a vote?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Nick Barr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wellner,
Yes.
and Mayor Thayer.
Yes. And the closed session will be continued, and the meeting is now adjourned.
Wait,
What?
I have a report.
Oh, you don't. Forget your report.
And my
Your
report is that I
reports
want
are
to complain about the planning of this meeting because it took so long.
Go to bed, John.
Is this a record?